Звуки з зуму в зал видай, будь ласка. Хай буде відкритий, я поговорю. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Так, окей. Звук з презентації, тест. Можеш згадати? Так. Вийде.
Англійська, 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 англійська. Англійська, 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 англійська. Англійська, 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 англійська. Англійська, 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 англійська. By the shores of Gichigami, by the shining big sea water, stood the wigwam of Nakomis, daughter of the moon Nakomi.
Мікрофончик забрав?
Вон в тебе на світі.
Трішечки в третій канал. Мікрофон включіть. Угу. Щось не так.
Третій канал це португальський.
Угу.
Так у нас же не
О.
Так, і на французьку.
А, і на.
Перший англійська, другий українська, так?
Зайнятий.
Мене питають на видачі.
Ти що, не чуєш, що я тобі сказав? У мене не приходить зараз. Візьми навушники і послухай, складенко. Канали на мої послухай. От.
Дуже дивна штука. Він ніби приходить, але не уходить. Третій канал, ще пару слів, будь ласка. Ага, чую вас. Дякую. Ага. Анастасія, будь ласка, нажми кнопочку «Перевірити мікрофон». Зараз ще буквально для тесту побудьте на лінії, так сказати. Збільшує гучність верхню, так? Ще порахуйте до 5, будь ласка. Все. Ага. Все. Це ми перевіряли якраз подачу вашого перекладу в Zoom, щоб там спікерка могла вибрати мову. І... Ага. Все, дякую. Супер, вроді як порядок. Угу. Повністю прибрати. Зараз я ще разочок візьму собі навушники і ще разочок бідна ця. Коротше, ще разочок помучую перекладачку. Це нашу, бо мені треба в стрімі перевірити. Ще трішечки в третій. Супер, все, дякую. Сподіваюсь, це всі перевірки, які ми робили.
Є.
Доброго ранку всім. Good morning, everyone. Ми починаємо десь за 2 хвилини.
We will start in 2 minutes. Like almost.
2 minutes. Яка? Ні, мені не казали. Добре. Ага. А я можу тут залишитись? Я можу тут залишитись? Добре. Добре.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start now, so please take the headphones for the translation and take your seats. Thank you. So my name is Tatiana Zhukova. I am from the Human Rights Center Zmina, and today I will be providing you with the technical information about the conference. I am happy to welcome you today at the second day of the second international conference, Crimea Global. And today we will have 4 panel sessions and 3 side events. To consult more about the agenda, you can take the program of the event at the registration point, or also you can scan your badge. Here is the QR code, and here is also the agenda. So also we have 3 exhibitions outside of this room. They are about Crimean Tatars, so you can look at them. And also there is the stand for writing letters to political prisoners. So feel free to write a letter. There are instructions, and there is people who will help you with this. Also, before starting, I will tell you more about the security measures. So when the air alarm starts, we will announce it here, and we will ask you to go to the shelter in case of the danger. And now, firstly, we will start with the video. This will be videos of 2 participants from the previous year's conference. So it is Dr. Bota Koska-Sembekova. She is lecturer from Kazakhstan. And the second video is from Lila Roldon Vasquez, who is ambassador and lawyer from Argentina. Thank you.
Crimea. It is vital to struggle for Crimea. Dear participants of the Crimea Platform Conference, my message today is very simple. The history and destiny of Crimea goes beyond Crimean history, it goes beyond Ukrainian history, it goes beyond European history. It is the history of humankind, of human rights, of international law, of surviving the second genocide, and the future of the world is decided also in Crimea. Whether the world will accept genocides as a norm of international law will be decided in Crimea. All of our destinies are decided in Crimea. It is vital to struggle for Crimea, always have Crimea as the end goal of Ukrainian victory, because Ukrainian victory is the victory of the free world. Crimeans have shown extraordinary resilience. So Crimean strive for freedom exists, and it will exist, and much depends on us how we will decide the world should look tomorrow. I wish you a great conference, and thank you for your support.
Dear Ukrainian friends and colleagues, I am thrilled to share this meeting with people interested in a fair end to the Russian invasion to Ukraine, respecting its independence and territorial integrity. The Ukrainian diaspora in Argentina is a very large one, and our support to Ukraine comes from our shared values. And Russia has violated every principle of international law. Many war crimes have already been certified, but maybe the most heinous of them all is the abduction of Ukrainian children, which has to be immediately stopped. Slava Ukraini!
And I'm happy to invite to the stage the moderator, Suleiman Mamutov, who is a member of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I think I will invite other panelist speakers first before opening. And the distinguished speakers, you're very welcome. Rifat Chubarov, Rifat Agha, Mohamed Hassan, Natya Navruzov, Maria Cisarenko Bakhekto, and one more participant will join us online, Christine Tahkoua. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for this panel discussion, the title of which challenges for the indigenous peoples worldwide. Can we build solidarity and achieve justice? A warm welcome to our distinguished speakers once again. This discussion is an opportunity to learn from the experiences across the world. Just before we started, I had an opportunity to have a short conversation with our panelists, and we exchanged this interesting thought about the fact that during all the sessions of the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, more than 90% of participants, and there are many participants each year, talk about survival only. And almost never a single word is said about development, which demonstrates that despite all the details of colonization and oppression against indigenous peoples worldwide, irrespective of the region where you live, the story is quite similar. The same story of dispossession of lands, the repressive policies targeting the very existence of indigenous peoples and their cultural identities. The story of the indigenous Crimean Tatar people, Karaites and Krimchaks, is also about the same. The very story of the illegal 2014 occupation is about vanishing and destroying and non-recognizing their right to self-determination, because no one and perpetrator in the first place did not ever ask the indigenous peoples of Ukraine, the only one who have the right to self-determination, whether they agree or not. And this just one of the puzzles in a picture which is worldwide, as I thought, is really very similar. I will start with a short icebreaker. I will ask you to answer in a couple of words or maybe one sentence before we proceed to the main questions. What is the main challenge for your indigenous people or indigenous peoples in the country you live? Please, Natya, you start.
Thank you very much. I would like just to start by, expressing my gratitude for being here. Thank you so much for the organizers for having me. I'm Natya Navruzov. I work in Iraq. I have been working there for the past 6 years with an NGO called Yazda, and I'm a member of the Yazidi community. I was also born in Georgia, so I feel very, very close to what's happening here in Ukraine, and the past days have been really eye-opening for me in terms of your resilience and everything that you're doing. So to answer your question, as you just said, I think when I saw your question, the first thing that came to my mind is that Yazidis are, there's a real threat of extinction of the Yazidi community. We are around 1.5 million in the world, scattered everywhere. There are a few here in Ukraine as well. I don't have the statistics, but I know of that. I have family who lives here. And recently we were subjected to a genocide by the Islamic State, ISIS, also known as Daesh. And I'll tell you more about that in a bit.
Thank you. Рифата, якщо можна в одному.
So, Mr. Rehat, in 1 or 2 sentences, if you could please say, what is the biggest challenge for the Crimean Tatar people? It is clear that for the Crimean Tatar people and other indigenous people, there are many challenges, but you asked me to respond in 1 sentence. The main challenge for the Crimean Tatar people is the repossession of Crimean Tatar land by the Russian enemy, which systemically destroys Crimean Tatar people and has been destroying throughout 240 years. So the main challenge is the grab of our land, which leads to our destruction. Thank you, Rifataha. And Mohammed?
Elaborate. What is the biggest challenge for indigenous peoples in Sudan and in Darfur region in general?
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity today to be with you in beautiful city of Kyiv. My name is Muhammad Adam Hassan. I'm from Four Tribe and from Darfur region. My challenge as from the indigenous people facing in Darfur regions, justice and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
From the other mics. So, hello, I am Marina Slesarenko Barreto. I come from Brazil, but my family comes from Ukraine, so I'm very happy to be here, also because of my personal history. I feel very humbled and honored, especially to be here, because as I said in my panel yesterday, I think what you've been doing here is radical democratic revolution. And I know that humanity failed a lot of revolutions. You know it better than I do, but I think what's ongoing here is very radical and democratic and revolutionary. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. If I had to pick one struggle, should I say that I'm a researcher or something?
I will do this after.
Okay.
If you want, you can.
No. I'm just going to stick to the struggle. So, if I were to point just one struggle, I think the indigenous people in Brazil probably better than I am to say about this, and we're counting on indigenous leaders to come here to talk to us. But from my researcher background, I'd point to the demarcation of land, which is a struggle that lasts for ages since Brazil was colonized, and it's still ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for pointing a mistake that I made. I would like to introduce speakers a little bit more than just their names. So first, I would like to present to you Natya Navruzov. She is an executive director of NGO Yazda, a lawyer and a representative of Yazidi people, Iraq. Rifat Chubarov, the chair of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, and the member of parliament of 2 convocations, or 3. Mohammed Hassan, he is an executive director of the Darfur Network for Human Rights, Sudan. And Marina Slesarenko Barreto, researcher with the Law and Democracy Cluster at the Brazilian Center for Analysis and Planning. She is a freelance political analyst, and the text I have says that it is both Brazil and Germany.
Yeah, I'm living in Germany right now.
Exactly. And the online participant, Christine Takua, she hails from the Mashakari people. She's a philosopher with a degree from UNESP, an educator. Christine lives in the Rio Silveira village of Baguarahani people in São Paulo and teaches at the indigenous state school, Chiro Bahakuye. She represents her community at the Indigenous Education Center, the representative of São Paulo state villages at the National Conference on Indigenous Education, and the founder of the São Paulo State Indigenous Teachers Forum. And the first question will go to our distinguished speaker, Rifat Agha Chubarov. Rifat Agha, I will formulate it in Ukrainian.
The Crimean Tatar people have recurrently addressed this issue with their own capacity, but also attracting attention of international organizations and international community when it comes to seeking understanding, support, and some protection after the start of occupation in 2014. But what do you think have worked so far? And on the other part of the question, what are the major gaps when it comes to offering international support in favor of the Crimean Tatars and actually applying the capacity and function of those international organizations? Well, on that note, I'm afraid that I have too little time to tell you so much. With that in mind, please allow me, when it comes to certain particular phenomena, to limit. Okay, since the sirens are allowed, so what shall we do?
Check whether it is a nuclear weapon.
I hope not nuclear weapon. Yes, so now the ones who don't feel comfortable, you can go to the shelter, yes. But we can now continue, and we are monitoring the situation. And when there is the real danger, we will ask everyone to evacuate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prifataha, please continue. Nothing new, just an ordinary siren alert. Будь ласка, продовжуйте. Наші організатори моніторять ситуацію. Якщо
Once again, organizers are monitoring the situation.
Nothing special, just an ordinary day in Ukraine. Thank you.
Отже, продовжуємо це.
Okay, indeed, these are realities of our time that all of us have to live in, not just surviving, but that also affects the indigenous people. And speaking of the situation in Ukraine, this relates to Crimean Tatars, Karaims, Krimchaks, whose land, I mean the Crimea, was captured, was occupied by the Russian Federation in 2014. And this is where Russian-Ukrainian war started, which now lasts for more than 10 years in a row. But with that, let me invite you to come back to the subject of our discussion, emphasizing that this is namely the war, Russian aggression against Ukraine, which has intensified the fact and the process for Ukrainian society to grow conscious of the importance of addressing the vital issues of indigenous people when it comes to restoration of the rights and freedoms of indigenous people, including Crimean Tatars, remembering that these people for over half a century were literally detained elsewhere in the former Soviet Union, having been exiled from their motherland. When we came back to our native land, and this coincided in history and time with Ukraine gaining its independence, there also were different historical periods of building our relationship with the with Ukraine as a country. There was some time when importance of restoring rights of indigenous people were neglected, and only in 2014, at the time when Crimea was actually seized, and also when the so-called referendum was conducted, then only Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine made a special resolution to guarantee the rights of Crimean Tatars to own their land, to live in their land as an indispensable element of Ukrainian territory, and also recognizing the Majlis of Crimean Tatars as the representative authority, which is elected by the delegates of Kurultai among Crimean Tatars. And thus, Ukrainian parliament has declared about joining the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And ever since we started our systemic efforts to restore the rights of Crimean Tatars, including those in Ukraine. But again, this is a sad fact to acknowledge, but we wasted 23 years within the period of Ukrainian independence, which we had at our disposal, and that was the time when most of the Crimean Tatars finally received an opportunity to come back from exile, which lasted for over half a century. So that is one important issue I'd like to emphasize. On the other hand, this return from exile, and similar to that, restoring the rights of Crimean Tatars is taking smooth progress. We do live in a democratic state. We have the parliament drafting and endorsing the laws, but there are different political factions, different opinions represented in that parliament. And we do understand that making respective decisions on behalf of the state is also a challenging process. But we decided to apply the following algorithm. First, we declare the law on indigenous nations in Ukraine, which will serve as foundation to start making other steps, to start building on that, to sustain the rights and freedoms for indigenous peoples. This law was approved in 2021, and it's fully compliant with all of the principles which are stipulated by the UN charters respectively. But, like any other country, sometimes between the time of approving the law in your parliament and the time when it's actually implemented in realities, there is a lot of time. And such implementation process, and particularly law enforcement, is also challenged by different processes and different actors in Ukraine. The same happened here in regard with this law on indigenous people, because there are some clauses which have not been fully implemented so far, like, for example, offer recognition of the status of indigenous people when it comes to representative authorities, which will serve for representation of interests of such people, just like this is stipulated by the Constitution of Ukraine, speaking of Crimean Tatars and Majlis of Crimean Tatars. And this is not acceptable, because this is part of our current reality. And this is a shame for Ukrainian government, for Ukrainian parliament, for the prime minister to avoid implementation of the clause of the law which was approved by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. On the other hand, I have to be as objective as possible, and also there are other areas which are covered by the same piece of legislation about indigenous nations. There is very active ongoing collaboration between Majlis and Ukrainian representative authorities, government authorities as well, and we are doing our best to implement them. And driving my remarks to the summary, we also run an active discussion about the future course of reforms. But I'd like also to take this opportunity to remind all of us some facts which are commonly known, but that is to see how the entire world is progressing towards resolution of the problems of indigenous people. Please take a look at any agenda of the UN Coordinating Authority in Affairs of Indigenous People, which is a standing forum of United Nations, which was established in 2000, and this year they had their 23rd session of that standing forum. And looking to the agenda of that forum, we can see that with every year, indigenous people and their representatives are making sure that their voice is clear and loud in order to formulate the importance of respecting their fundamental rights, such as self-determination, such as the right to own their land, as the right to own and manage their resources, as well as other areas of their performance that would allow them not only to survive, but also to flourish. And again, this year, when 23rd session of the UN Standing Forum on Indigenous Nations took place, the key discussion was about strengthening the right of indigenous people for self-determination in the context of UN Declaration about the right of indigenous people, and also attracting attention about the role and place of young people in that process. And I have to admit that the United Nations organization makes a very clear example, a pattern for sovereign governments to replicate. Because soon after the 23rd session, the ECOSOC session had an emergency meeting, and they have published an institutional report about the performance of the session 23. And in the resolution of ECOSOC, it was declared that session 24, to take place next year, will also include the item for discussion implementation progress of the UN Declaration about the indigenous people within the United Nations organizations and systems, including some of the fundamental solutions to the above-mentioned challenges. So please be invited to monitor closely this agenda and its implementation, because 2025 is coming soon enough, and different countries will have to report to the United Nations whether or not they're actually supporting, protecting, and allowing indigenous people to fully enjoy their rights, freedoms, and capacity. But coming back to the same session 23, or the Standing Forum, a lot of our discussions were informed by the evidence and the evidence generated in research, including the Tove Saul Dalganto, which was one of the key researchers, Suleiman Almonte, our moderator today, and Valentina Sovkina, when it comes to managing principles for indigenous people, self-management and autonomy implementation. So this could be a quite helpful piece of reading. Please refer to the original source, because results of that research provide very helpful orientation when it comes to learning different details. And to finish, let me recite a couple of summary notes described in this document, and clearly providing us with the guidance where to focus our efforts and also the importance of cooperation between different indigenous nations, because we do have a lot of common features that we share. And we do understand there were certain mechanisms applied to deprive us of our right and freedom by the colonizers, by the occupiers in the different parts of the world. So looking into some of those key findings of this research, let me refer to the following. Indigenous people across the entire world, the autonomy is not only a political ideal, but the necessity. They are facing the huge number of problems which are threatening their existence, including marginalization, criminalizations, deprivation of property, and quality of life and environment. And despite those problems, the indigenous people are manifesting miraculous resilience in restoring their capacity by means of reinstating autonomy, although sometimes they do not have the respective organizational structures and institutions to reinforce that. And looking from that perspective at the history of Crimean Tatars, at least the recent 100 years of its history, this is exactly which was happening. Speaking of algorithms, although it was not so clearly described in the international law. Yes, I know that time is precious and I have to drive my remarks short, but I'd like to finish by stating that in fight for our rights, we also have to be guided by such principles as collaboration between our countries whenever possible. Speaking of Ukrainian situation, let me assure you that this is absolutely possible because we do have democratic mechanisms not only in place but also in action. We have to align our vision of common strategic goals and equally important, another fundamental principles for us to abide by in cooperation between representatives of different indigenous people to build associations, relationship, making sure our voice is clear and stronger together at the international stage. And on that note, I would like to cordially thank organizers of this esteemed forum for providing us with such an opportunity to join such discussions not only regarding our rights and opportunities, but at the same time enjoying this opportunity to meet each other and to share experience, to learn from experience of each other, and to join our efforts for the sake of common success.
Ну, по-перше,
Thank you so much. Thank you. For me personally, it was unexpected that Rifat Aga read a paragraph from a research that was co-written by me. So thank you. And I appreciate that Rifat Aga mentioned the importance of democratic institutes, democratic institutions in this state. Indeed, it affects the success of the dialogue and even the mere availability of the dialogue. Because when an indigenous nation lives in a non-democratic society, then there's a whole set of key problems, starting with non-recognition and inability to start the dialogue. So I am aware that the mere fact that I can discuss the rights of indigenous peoples with the diplomats and governmental delegations and the indigenous people have autonomy, the mere fact of discussion already is valuable. Of course, we would like to have even more effectiveness, but dialogue is the prerequisite in the relationship between the governments and indigenous peoples in any region. Now, I would like to give the floor to our online participant, Ms. Christine Takwa. Thank you so much for speaking to us from nature, from outside. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for finding the possibility to be with us. My question is, the primeval forest of Brazil is one of the most threatened biomes on the planet, and the indigenous people living there, they face unique challenges and problems. Could you please share how the worsening of the habitat of the Atlantic primeval forests affects the rights of the nations and affects the environment in which you live? Thank you.
Or
I was told that there is only Ukrainian Portuguese translation.
oh,
Sure, thanks. Please, the floor is yours.
Bom dia a todos. Eu agradeço muito o convite.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the invitation. I appreciate the invitation and thank you for being here. Today I am in Ribeiro Severa, in the middle of the Atlantic forest on the beach of São Paulo state. And I'm happy that I can tell you about our struggle and our resistance. In Brazil, there are over 300 ethnic groups which have been living here for more than 500 years. So the matters of these indigenous people are handled by a state agency in Brazil, which tries to protect the rights of the indigenous people. However, we see a lot of violations of the rights of these people. We see the violations in land rights and violations in cultural rights. For example, the agriculture. We see land grabbing, how the territories of the tribes are being grabbed, and we are detached, we become detached from our forest, and this directly affects our life, our usual mode of life, our philosophy, our spiritual nature, because it's closely linked to the forest. So for us, it's not just a home, it's a deep, deep connection with all the animals, with all the living beings, with the plants here, and with the resources. We see them as spirits, spirits you see, spirits you don't see, which live in harmony. So when we protect this territory, we protect them, we protect our home. That is why our spiritual leaders, for centuries already, have been asking to give us strength so that the forest would respect us and give us the possibility to live here for the sake of our children. I am a mother, I am a midwife, I am a teacher also, and I see how we all take part in this struggle. I believe that we people, we have to spread this wisdom everywhere, because these are the principles outlining our life. These are the principles that enable us to develop in link with nature. In Brazil now, we're living through a difficult political period, and we see that now we do not have the open dialogue. We cannot openly discuss environmental matters. We cannot openly discuss the rights of indigenous people. This is ecocide, unfortunately, the ecocide which we experience, but the government is not recognizing it as such. But sadly, it's been happening for several years. The rivers are contaminated, forests are contaminated. So what do we do? For centuries, we continue living like this, and we simply observe how large territories are being destroyed. The Atlantic forest, we call it Niara, the territory where the holy spirits live. And this is the territory, this is the forest which our colonizers commodify. They do not treat it as something living, they treat it as a commodity that can be sold. But for us, all these resources, all this water, it's living, it's like a living being. So the colonization of Brazil started with the tree, the so-called Brazilian tree, the red tree. For the colonizers, they looked at that tree as the source of pigment. But for us, the tree is holy. The trees, the rocks, the plants, we all consider them as something sacred, something holy. So now we think that it's time to reunite, with nature. So our ethnic groups, Maxicali, my ethnic group, and others. There are over 300 ethnic groups in Brazil. We must be vocal. We must continue talking about the necessity to restore our rights. We must keep speaking that, unfortunately, we cannot eat money. We need forests to have food and to protect us. This is important. It's important to understand this, and we need to have dialogues with our government, states government and federal government of Brazil. There should be a ministry of indigenous people, which would include the representatives of indigenous people. And besides that, there are many other matters like the agriculture, resource extraction, which violates our rights and affect our territories directly. They affect our lives directly. Today in Brazil, there is a law on delineation of land of indigenous people, which provides for the status of indigenous lands. And we know that our strength is so our effort, our daily effort is aimed at the protection of these territories. We want our children to play in clean water, to fish in clean water, so that all the animals, the lynxes, the bees, the birds, all the living beings would be able to live in their territory, in the Atlantic forest, on the lands of our ancestors, in the Holy Land for us. So, as a teacher, I work in schools which we call the living schools. We have research cycles, and we work in cooperation with other peoples, other ethnic groups. It's important to do this in Brazil. And through this work, we want to show that this respect is important for all of us. This can be the direction for our development. I would like to say that while we all fight for the respect to our rights and to our lands, this has to be taught in all educational facilities. Here in Brazil, we created a lot of museums of indigenous peoples, where we show our society about us, and we managed to bring our culture closer to the society, at least in the state of São Paulo. And we would encourage all the public in Brazil and all the world to know more about indigenous peoples in Brazil and about our daily effort and daily struggle. The struggle against these crimes, the environmental crimes. Because when you kill a river, when you kill a mountain, you kill a part of humanity. So we, humans, we have our rights and we have our duties, duty to respect life, the life of rivers, of rocks, of mountains, of trees, of living beings. I would like to conclude by saying that our struggle, which we continue from our grandparents, it doesn't stop. We continue singing our song, our prayer. I would like to sing a little bit to welcome the sun. And I would like to wish you a good conference. And I want all the indigenous peoples all over the world to unite, to come together for the sake of respect of our lives.
Nyamandu miri oguatama nyanemopu aijewu nyanemopu aijewu pawe injawu aiyawu pawe injawu aiyawu pawe Nyamandu mirim ao sol, e nós todos os dias devemos
Yamandu is the movement of our sun in the sky, and we welcome our sun because every day it comes up, it gives us warmth, and it gives us life. Thank you once again for giving us this opportunity to tell about our nation, about our cause. It's very important, Christine, that indigenous nations, even though they sometimes have their lands shrinking and oppressed by the others, but they are the most effective protectors of nature, in particular in Brazil. And I remember some wise words from a representative of an indigenous nation, which I heard in the forum. When all the rivers are dried, the majority will understand that you cannot drink money. Christine's words were also resonant with that. So,
if you may. So your NGO is a global community-led institution that protects all minority and indigenous groups in Kurdistan region, Iraq and Syria. And just recently, in August this year, the world commemorated the 10th anniversary of a horrible event, the genocide of Yazidi people by the Islamic State. When Yazidi people was subjected to mass killings, displacing, capturing men, women, boys, girls. What lessons can be drawn from this experience for indigenous Yazidi people? And how do you seek justice after these mass atrocities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, so it was already said a little bit, but I think one of the main lessons learned that we have seen being targeted by ISIS is that as a minority, as indigenous people, you need to be visible, you need to be loud. And I think it's in our DNA to hide, because this is also one of the reasons we survived, right, all this time. But when something like that happens in the 21st century, where the world is connected, it's very important to be loud. So you said a few words. I just want to give a little bit of background. So as I mentioned previously, the Yazidi community is a very small population, around 1.5 million in the world. Our roots come from the ancient Mesopotamia, and we believe that our calendar is more than 6,000 years old. We have a religion, which is the Yazidi religion. In our original language, we call ourselves Azidi, not Yazidi. That's something that the international community labeled us with. But we believe in one God and angels, throughout the history, unfortunately, our faith was really misunderstood by the different majority religions, including Christians, Muslims, and very early on we were labeled as devil worshippers. Yazidis, even until today, by some communities are seen as devil worshippers and are being persecuted. And this is one of the justifications ISIS used when they attacked us in Iraq. I don't think I need to explain who ISIS is. You know, they have committed crimes in many different parts of the world. They were very strong from 2013, took territory in Syria and then expanded to Iraq. So when ISIS was at the door of Sinjar, which is the homeland of the Yazidis in northern Iraq, Yazidis, for most of them, frankly, didn't really know what ISIS wanted. They thought it was maybe just a political group, you know, like, you know, just looking to take the power. You know, Iraq is quite an unstable country, so they thought it's just that. But some Yazidis actually knew that ISIS was planning something, and actually ISIS was planning a genocidal campaign. So they tried to escape. They tried to leave Sinjar and find shelter in Kurdistan. You mentioned Kurdistan. Kurdistan is an autonomous region in Iraq that is very close to Sinjar. Unfortunately, the armed forces that were protecting Sinjar at that time, so de facto it was the Kurdish Peshmergas, they did not allow Yazidis to flee. They actually told them, you don't need to go, you're safe, we will take care of you. In the night to the 3rd of August 2014, ISIS arrived from Mosul, Tel Afar. They had seized Mosul 2 months before. You know, it's the second biggest city of Iraq, so they also got weapons there, and they came. I think what people don't know much is that external force that came from the outside. Of course, a lot of them came from Syria. Later, foreign fighters joined from over 80 countries, joined ISIS in Iraq and Syria. But the initial attacks on the Yazidis of Sinjar were committed by the neighbors. Like it often happens in genocides, the perpetrators are often the people closest to you. So a lot of the neighbors of the Arab tribes joined ISIS and helped to commit that genocide. So you described the crimes a little bit. So it was recognized as a genocide very early because, first of all, it was said in ISIS propaganda. ISIS was not hiding the fact that they wanted to destroy the Yazidis, but also in the way the crimes were committed. Women were separated from men. Men who were deemed too old to be brainwashed and militarized were systematically killed. So ISIS left behind over 90 mass graves in Sinjar. 30 of them are still not exhumed to this date. A lot of families are still waiting also for identification. And as you also said, they enslaved the women and the children. And I think this is where the media really put attention on, and sometimes in a too wrong way, I would say, is the sexual slavery that ISIS subjected the Yazidis to. The women and girls specifically were sexually abused, raped, and trafficked from one ISIS member to the other. The young boys who were not killed were militarized, as I said. They were trained to hate their Yazidi faith, to forget their Yazidi identity, and they were made the so-called cubs of the caliphate. So this is what happened. So imagine this happens to your community. You're a very small community. Frankly, like most of the Yazidis in Sinjar didn't even have access to education. There's no university in Sinjar. I was at that time living in France. I'm a Yazidi, as I said, from Georgia. I don't really have any family, from what I know, in Iraq, but I heard about all of this in the media. And this is the first time, even for some of my friends, that they heard about Yazidis. In August 2014, while the genocide was happening. And I will never forget how one of the first questions the mainstream media was asking was, but who are the Yazidis? Instead of asking, how can we save them? They're actually being genocided right now. When ISIS came and encircled Sinjar, a lot of Yazidis also went on Sinjar mountain in the heat of August without food, water, and they were encircled for many days like that, and a lot of Yazidis died on the mountain. The international community was wondering, okay, who are they? Do they deserve our attention? It was very, very distressing. So what some Yazidis in the US did, so there's a huge Yazidi diaspora in the US. That's because when the US invaded Iraq, a lot of Yazidis were hired as interpreters, so later with special visas they could migrate to the US. So they had connections with the Pentagon, with the White House, and they went, the first thing they did, they protested. They said, you need to do something, like our people are being killed, we're receiving phone calls, like we know that they're being run out, taken to different places. So the US reacted a few days later. President Obama made a speech, and he's actually the first world leader that said 4 days after the attacks that this might be a genocide that is happening right now. So the airstrikes started, and a safe corridor was opened to help the Yazidis stuck on Sinjar Mountain. But unfortunately, we lost 7,000 people, and within a few days they were killed, and over 6,000 were taken into captivity. This is how Yazda was created, the NGO I work for. So, we were literally established 3 weeks after the start of the genocide. So, again, we had no idea about what is an NGO, what is advocacy, what is human rights, what can the international law order even offer us as mechanisms. So, I was a lawyer, I was studying international business law because I thought, okay, that's interesting, that's what my university offers. But, like many Yazidis at that time, my sort of plan completely shifted. So I started to look into human rights, I joined Yazda, I moved to Iraq, and I started to help my people. And one of the main lessons learned, and I'm sure Mohammed will also mention that, is the importance of documentation. When no one cares, one thing that you really need to do is to collect the evidence. Because until people start to care, the evidence is usually vanished. Either people are killed or the perpetrator is destroying the evidence. So it's very, very important to document the evidence. So one of the first projects we started is a documentation project. I was leading it for like 4 or 5 years before I became the executive director of Yazda, and it's still until now one of our core projects. So with that evidence, with survivors starting to come back from captivity, some of the survivors accepted to speak about what has happened to them. And again, you need to think, this is a Middle Eastern culture. Yazidi, and I'm part of this community, is still a very patriarchal culture. You don't speak about sexual violence, you don't speak about rape, and you don't speak about forcible conversions. So it was really, really groundbreaking that Yazidi women actually started to speak about that. And one of them in particular, Nadia Murad, you might have heard of her. She received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2018 with Dr. Denis Mukwege. They received it together. And I don't know, should I just continue?
This is the end of the
okay. And this Nobel Peace Prize was another way for us to get attention. And again, when I think about it, it's also, it shows another flaw in the system, right? Why would you wait for survivors to be the ones speaking up and then get a Nobel Peace Prize, which is a very prominent, prize to give attention to a community? So, but this is how it was. So, what we did in terms of, trying to get justice is that we naively thought in the beginning that because ISIS is an international recognized terrorist group, right? Committing crimes everywhere. More than 80 nationalities compose ISIS. We thought convincing the international community to give us justice would be easy. And one of the first steps we did is to go to the ICC, the International Criminal Court. So in 2015, we submitted a submission to the ICC. We asked them to open an investigation. And what we were told is, your evidence is not enough focused on high to mid-level perpetrators. Iraq is not a state country, a state party to the ICC. Syria is not a state party, so the ICC door was closed very quickly. Then we asked for a tribunal, like Ukraine is also asking for a special tribunal right now. We said, okay, you're not giving us ICC, then give us a tribunal, because again, more than 80 nationalities are composing ISIS. This is the opportunity to create such a tribunal to bring the justice to the survivors. Again, we were told no. We were told, and this is also how the international order is shifting, there's no appetite anymore, and as Ukraine is experiencing as well, to create such international mechanisms, we are asked to go to the national system. But in Iraq, unfortunately, there is still no law that criminalizes genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, even 10 years after the genocide. And Iraq itself needs support, it needs capacity building. The judges, prosecutors, lawyers don't know how to bring forward a genocide case. So again, Iraq was not an option, ICC was not an option, no international tribunal. The two things we got is, one, the creation of a UN mechanism called UNITAD to document the crimes. So the Security Council sent a UN team to Iraq to document the crimes in 2000. They started in 2018, and they were operating until 2 months ago. And that's another huge lesson learned. 2 months ago, they were closed, without any plan on what would happen to all the evidence they have been collecting for the past 6 years. According to UN procedures, when you close a mechanism like that, a copy of the evidence goes to New York, to the UN headquarters. But then what? UNITAD interviewed hundreds of survivors, raised expectations of thousands of people, not just from the Yazidi community. They were also interviewing Christians, Shabak, Turkmens, Kakais, other minorities that were targeted in Iraq. To collect evidence, spent, I think, over $200 million were spent on UNITAD to put that evidence in an archive. So I think in the Ukrainian context, with any fact-finding mission, any mechanism that is created, it's very important to ask, okay, what will happen once that mechanism closes? And I know there is a debate for a long time now in the international area that there should be a standing mechanism that receives all evidence whenever a mechanism closes and can continue to use it. So right now we are advocating for this evidence to be accessible, and it's very, very difficult. And then the second thing, and this is where we had to be creative to get justice, was universal jurisdiction cases. So Iraq was not an avenue. We went and started to knock on the doors of different countries, and I know Ukraine is doing that right now as well. So the only country until today to have prosecuted ISIS members for international crimes is Germany. In Germany, we had 9 cases so far, so 9 cases in 10 years. It's really not that much. And among these 9 cases, we had 3 genocide convictions. And all of these cases were possible because our NGO and others, of course, brought evidence, brought the survivors to Germany, helped them to participate. But imagine, you're a Yazidi survivor, you grew up in Iraq, you were subjected to a genocide, and to get justice, you need to travel thousands of kilometers to a system that you don't speak the language, you don't understand the culture, just to get justice. So again, the system is deeply, deeply flawed. So yeah, I think just to conclude, I think what I learned over the past years, and I always also tell my team, is that when you are subjected to a genocide, your natural response is survival, but it's also, this is so unjust that for sure we will be helped. And I think Ukraine feels like that as well. Unfortunately, we see that the system is deeply flawed, that we need to rely on ourselves, mainly, pushing others to help us. So it's very important to invest in the youth, to build their capacity. And again, this is, I told always my team that as well, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Dealing with the consequences of the genocide will never be done in our lifetimes. This is generational trauma, this is generational issues we will transmit and transmit, but what is important is to lay solid foundations and to make sure that the next generation are able to pick up on something we left. And this documentation work that we have been doing, collecting 3,000 statements, so much evidence, is something we will pass on to the next generations.
Thank you so much, Nadia, for your speech and for your arguments. I fully, and for pointing about this intergenerational trauma, and for stressing how important is it to collect evidence to document the violations. Ukraine learned it the first-hand experience when it was seeking the justice in the International Court of Justice in Hague to recognize the ban of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people by Russia. as a discrimination, which was a quite complicated case, and the issue of evidences also was raised numerous times during this case. Thank you again. Now I'm going to Mohammed Hassan. Your organization, Darfur Network for Human Rights, uses the grassroots system of monitors to systematically and actively collect reports about the violations of human rights. And the Darfur region has faced grave human rights violations. How does this intersect with the rights of indigenous peoples in Darfur? And what justice or response mechanisms are the most urgently needed and crucial now? Thank you.
Okay, thank you again for the opportunity. As I mentioned, Darfur population above 7 million, and in 2003, when the war started, this conflict affected 2,000 villages. From this time, those villages, most of the 2 million civilians displacement to the camp. Up to now, 2023, populations became increasing. So, our indigenous people in Darfur our life is really very dangerous. So in 2009, the farmers' regime governments, they not allowed any NGOs to come to inside to make service to the people in the camp. So, mechanism about justice for indigenous people of Darfur, particularly, we need to address the historical, marginalizing, protection, our culture, and land right. It is including recognize our indigeneity. So the human rights violations in Darfur, it is still going up, it's still going on. It's deeply in Darfur, indigenous people and marginalized people, it is systemic discrimination of the conflicts and communities, and this displacement, they lost a hope of the people, of indigenous people. I want to come to the question of how the mechanism of the justice. We have case in ICC, case of Darfur in 2003. But the international justice, actually, the indigenous people, not in Darfur, in around the world, the indigenous people, they still the marginalized. So, we need accountability for war crimes and ethnic targeting. And also we need to rebuild our resources. And also we need including the participation of the indigenous people for process for the justice. And also, one of challenge, rehabilitation and reparation of the indigenous people. This is one of challenge. Me from Darfur, the war since 2003 and up to now, almost 20 years or 21 years. We live in a suffering situation. People live in the camps without education, without health care, without food. And also, 20 years, people, generation lost their indigenous land or indigenous village. For example, I have my brother who was born in 2004. Now, his age 21 years. We came in the camps in 2003. What do you think about this generation who was born in 2004 and 20 years live in the camps? So this is one of challenge of the indigenous people. The role of the indigenous people to ensure the accountability. Indigenous people, it's not victims, but it is initially agent of the change and to play role and reaction to ensure that justice and accountability to be through. We are organization of the Network of Human Rights. We training, we documenting violation. With the indigenous community. So this documentation of violation, the indigenous people who is the witness of the crime, and it is easy, can give you more information. And also to training and empowerment to document how to collect information and how to contribute legal cases. Also, we do advocacy and awareness. Indigenous people to share their experience. Like, for example, yesterday I saw one of the survivor with another side of the events. The ladies under 18, they address us make testimony about when he, 15 years, Russia occupied, and then finally she studied in Russia, finally escaped up, come to his original home. So this is very important. Because when the indigenous people to share experience, and for the local or international, immediately give action, reaction, or give intention to the what's going on and what's happening for these indigenous people. Transitional justice system. Indigenous people practice even to including conflict and reconciliation. This is to receive how to resource for the approach for justice. And community mobilization. Grassroots community movement with the indigenous community can pressure both international and national to take body action for the accountability.
I apologize.
I want to mention what indigenous people need support. One, training indigenous people to technical and legal, and especially indigenous people of human rights defender. This must training those people. Their awareness as they can advocate about the indigenous people. Also, platform indigenous people voice for peace process, for transitional justice and framework. Policy to ensure that participation and governance and decision maker. So, if the empowerment of indigenous people initially is not for justice, but it is initially for the peace and security and democratic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, and thank you for underlining this important thing about indigenous peoples to be the agents of change and reminding us that indigenous peoples are often excluded from the peace-building processes and they should be involved. We're going to you, Maria. So in Brazil, indigenous peoples are at the forefront of the political repression and sometimes denial of their collective rights. And at the same time, they experience challenges due to the climate change issues. How do these pressures shape the struggle for their rights, and how did Brazil approach the issue of indigenous people's rights over time? Thank you. The floor is yours.
This is a very important question. To answer it, I'm going to talk a little bit about my work as a researcher in this center. We documented what was happening when Bolsonaro government was in power from 2019 to 2022. So we literally made a catalog of all violations we could find to democracy and for indigenous peoples. And this was very important to see, for us to see, because there we could spot a lot of disrespect for indigenous peoples and climate. So, and the forests, and so Christina was talking about this, like how we live together, we build communities, and things are not separate. We cannot see this as separate things. But for us, it was not obvious from the start that these things were together. And so in this work, we could see how there's this interplay between climate change and indigenous peoples, and how normally the global north, talking about indigenous people, don't pay attention to how things work together and how these issues have these relations. And now we're not in Bolsonaro government, luckily, anymore. And Lula is our new president. He started his third term of office in 2023. And one of the first things he did was to create a ministry for indigenous people. So at the institutional level, I would start saying that this was a very high, big conquer for indigenous peoples. Christina was talking about Sônia Guajajara, which is a very popular leader for the indigenous struggles and movements in Brazil, and she's the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples since 2023. And what she's been carrying on is this agenda for pushing forward demarcation of land and a recognition of indigenous people's memory and culture and what's their impact on Brazil. So, because just for you to have a little glimpse of how violent it was during Bolsonaro government, one top high-rank official that became later the first Minister of Agriculture said that he would not demarcate even 1 centimeter of land for indigenous peoples. So it was really a nightmare, not only because of lack of demarcation of lands, but also we indigenous communities were obviously hugely struck by pandemic. All of us were, but they were particularly vulnerable. And this was actually, this became the ground for a case against Bolsonaro government in the permanent court of the people. He was condemned for the lack of transparency and for care for vulnerable communities in Brazil, originary communities, and among them the terrible work for amid indigenous peoples. But the problem is, it's not enough that we are in a progressive and inclusive government. It's not enough that we have now a ministry for indigenous peoples, because we know that the struggles are so hard that and the interests are so opposite sometimes. So Christina was talking about this time frame, the thesis of the time frame. This is a very urgent issue in Brazil right now. What does it mean? In Portuguese, it's marco temporal, time frame in English. What does it mean is that there's a law that says that indigenous people have only right to the land if they were in this land at the time of the promulgation of our Constitution, 1988. And that's obviously very violent because a lot of indigenous people were displaced during the military dictatorship that happened in Brazil from 1964 to 1985. So they couldn't go back to their lands, obviously. And what this law says is that if they weren't there, they don't have the right to the land, as if they were not there from the start, from the time when Brazil was colonized by Portugal. Indigenous peoples were always there and were always taken away from their lands in very violent processes. So this law has been taken to the Federal Supreme Court so that indigenous peoples and very active civil rights movements, they brought this charge to the court saying that this law is unlawful and anti-constitutional. And the Federal Supreme Court has been sitting on this issue for ages, because we know that there's not only the right that indigenous people have to this land, there's also an opposite interest of agribusiness and very strong economic groups on the table. So this case started being judged in Bolsonaro government, and a lot of agribusiness sectors came to the hearing and said that we have to push the economy forward, that we have to find reconciliation of interests, which means for them, reconciliation is simply putting indigenous people aside, simply ignoring their existence and their right to the land and their culture and their memory and their communities. And we're talking about 4 years right now. Bolsonaro is not in government for 2 years right now. This issue started being judged, if I'm not mistaken, 2021 in the Bolsonaro administration. We're talking about 2024, Lula government. This is still on the table. And I don't think that it's going to be judged very soon, because this is a very, there's huge fight on this issue. The Supreme Court, some of the justices won't take their stand with the originary communities, the indigenous peoples. Agribusiness is pushing very hard on the opposite direction, doing advocacy and a lot of backstage negotiations. So we don't know what's going to happen. And even if we have a ministry for indigenous people that says, no, we have to take this issue forward, we have to establish that indigenous people have the right to their land, and they are the community that made Brazil exist, we have very powerful interests on the other side, and they keep pushing for their agendas, not only in the Supreme Court, but also in the Congress. So I was talking, this is not enough. What we've been also experiencing in Lula administration is a very high rate of wildfires. I mean, I'm not saying here that it's all Lula's fault. He's also, the government has been trying to tackle this, but the center of Brazil, ecosystem called Cerrado, has been very targeted by these wildfires, and the government has been trying to tackle this issue, but this is not enough. We have to push forward, and it's not only the ecosystem that becomes endangered by these fires, it's also the communities that live there, the indigenous people that live there. And not only the indigenous people, we're talking about also about Quilombola people that are African communities, original, they're also, because this concept of originary communities is a broad concept. Obviously, we're talking about indigenous people, but not only. So Quilombola communities that come from Africa, we're talking about riverside communities that live along the coast. We're talking about gypsies. So there's also a lot of other minorities that we normally don't speak about. And they're also very endangered. So their ways of life are endangered. And it's not enough. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Due to the time restrictions we have, there will be no opportunity for you, unfortunately, to ask questions to our panelists. And I would like to wrap up by saying that indigenous peoples, despite they have very unique and different cultures, traditions, languages, as you could hear and see, they have quite similar problems and challenges worldwide. And first of all, they are people. And since we do not live in a George Orwell novel, Animal Farm, there can be no peoples of different qualities. They are still peoples, they have their rights, collective rights, they have the right to self-determination and autonomy. And if you ever asked yourself what you could do, what action you could take in order to support indigenous peoples, the first is recognition, the recognition of their distinction, of their unique histories and experiences, even if they are in minimum and smallest minority in any place where you live or which you visit. Thank you so much. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers. I'm Suleiman Mahmudov, rapporteur of the Permanent Forum.
So, dear participants, now we will continue without the break. Sorry for that, but we are quite short on time. So now we will have one side event. It is about developing the economic ties between Ukraine and non-Western countries. It will be at the same room, but also at the same time we have the parallel event, the Children of War depiction of the direct life of Ukrainian miners throughout the lens of documentary journalism, where we will watch the documentary made by Hanya Novel, who was participant of the previous year's conference, and she made the documentary about the violations of human rights of children of Ukraine. So now I will go to the other room of the parallel event, it is in the library. It is on -1 floor. So who wants to join, please just follow me. Others can stay here. And I would like to invite here the moderator of the panel session. So it is Anna Lubima, Director of International Cooperation, Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we will start a very interesting panel discussion. And I'd like to invite to the stage our speakers. So, Людмила Шемелинець, заступник міністра агрополітики та
Deputy Minister for Agriculture and Food of Ukraine.
Окей. Доктор Фернанда
Dr. Fernando Magnota.
National Relations Program at FAAP, Senior Fellow at CEBRI, Global Fellow at the Wilson Center, and Analyst for CNN Brazil. Thank you. Ambassador Norton Rapesta, Ambassador of Brazil to Ukraine in 2021-2024. And also we will have in online regime Musa Mohammed Said, Honorary Consul of Ukraine in the Republic of Sudan. And surely that is a very important speaker, Ukrainian representative of company, so Lev Alexander Bondarenko, Deputy MHP Global GR Director. Thank you so much. And if you can assist me, do we have Mr. Nagender Parashar? Okay, so we can start. I will do the same. Шановні учасники, я представлюсь також.
Let me also introduce myself. My name is Anna Lubima. I'm Director for International Cooperation, Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Так буде легше.
With your permission, I will start in Ukrainian, and then we continue in a multilingual setting. But first and foremost, I'd like to thank organizers and facilitators of this forum and the sessions, and thank you for arranging this panel in particular, because business sometimes can not only address but also resolve some of the issues which cannot be resolved using any other modality. And thank you, dear Tamila Tashova, for your coordination support. Let me suggest that we skip some introductory remarks just to save some time, but I can't fail to indicate how important is the role of Ukraine when it comes to food security. And in that context, our Ministry of Agri-Policy and Food, does a lot. So with that, my first question would be to you, dear madam. What would be the latest news you have to describe what is the role and place of Ukraine in the global markets? Thank you so much. This is my pleasure and honor to join this esteemed discussion. And today, indeed, our ministry is facing so many objectives that even myself, who personally and cordially hates any writing and reading in front of the audience, I had to make some notes to make sure I capture all of the key facts and numbers. First of all, one of the key objectives for our ministry is making sure both internal and external food safety is observed and sustained. But let me also describe our priorities in general. Quite recently, about 1 week ago, the Cabinet of Ministers has adopted the strategy for agricultural sector development for the period through 2030. The purpose of this document is to make sure that our agricultural sector is well prepared to access European Union structures. So this would be one of the ultimate priorities in the context of European integration. Another important element for our preparedness would be to protecting Ukrainian interest, making sure that we can secure our strong position, and thanks to our collaboration with associations of agricultural producers, manufacturers, and our active involvement in different discussion platforms and working groups, we are making sure that our voice is well articulated and heard. Speaking of other priorities, that would be accessing new markets. Speaking of such new markets, maybe later I will explain that in greater detail, but also we have to be mindful that our internal priorities will provide for further development of the cattle breeding and production, because this will create more jobs in the agricultural sector, and thus this will be very important for rural sector development, remembering that it was at the bottom of the list of our priorities when it comes to cattle breeding, production of meat, production of milk and other products. So now cattle breeding would be one of the priority areas, and also making sure we have a well-established market, not only for raw commodities, but also processed foods. And also, we'll be converting from agrarian economy to agro-industrial economy. Ukraine is one of the major suppliers of raw products, but our objective for the future will be added value products. As of today, looking to the Ukrainian exports, the net value would be $309 per ton, while the same in case of our Polish counterparts, that would be $1,600. And thus, our objective is to increase the added value share in Ukrainian products and making sure that we are competitive in global markets. Next important area for development would be irrigation. As you know, we have major damage done as the result of Kakhovska Dam destruction, which resulted in major irrigation problems because of the flooding, and respectively remembering how high is the area for irrigation in Ukraine, we definitely will have to restore substantial part of that capacity. Then supporting farmers manufacturing, particularly in the territories close to the line of conflict. This year and in the years to come, we will have a number of earmarked programs supporting local farmers and manufacturers. We are trying to be responsive to the emerging needs of the local farmers and making sure that we are focused on supporting those who are the most affected. Given those priorities and development areas, and also despite the fact that we are still at war, agricultural sector continues to work and reinforcing the global food safety, supplying food products for over 400 million of people globally. Which again makes accessing international markets such an important objective for our ministry and for our partners also to contribute to. To some extent, we have accessed many of the markets, or are planning to do so in the nearest time. Speaking of the most recent accomplishments here, that would be first of all implementing the initiative of the President of Ukraine, Grain for Ukraine. I believe all of you are familiar with that presidential initiative, started jointly with the United Nations Food Programme in order to provide food products to population of those countries who need it currently the most. As part of that initiative, Grain from Ukraine, 12 vessels with corn, wheat, sunflower oil were shipped to Somalia, Nigeria, Kenya, Sudan, Palestine, Malawi, Mozambique, Djibouti, Mauritania, and Democratic Republic of Congo. while the quality of Ukrainian food products was highly oppressed. And we are expecting to further expand those markets and enter the new ones as well. Our experts, meaning the ministry together with the minister Vitaly Konovan, are actively communicating with our counterparts from the African countries, and we recently participated in the international conference, The World Without Hunger. And again, remembering that all these shipments were fully implemented despite the damage done to our seaport infrastructure. On the 10th of October, there was another ballistic missile strike on Ukrainian seaports, hitting one of the container vessels with 45 containers with packaged sunflower oil. This was the batch of humanitarian supply procured by the United Nations organizations with destination to come to Palestine. Nevertheless, despite those odds, we also can provide our food products to Latin America, Bolivia, Honduras, Ecuador, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica and Belize, Middle East and Africa, Lebanon, the Comoro Island Union, Chad Republic and Republic of Ghana. Looking at the expected yields this year, we're expecting about 55 million tons, speaking of sunflower seeds. And we believe this would be sufficient to cover both our domestic needs, because that would be about 25 million, while the remaining 30 million tons can be exported. And not just sunflower oil, but also soybean and soybean oil. Because the yield was quite high. And again, in the middle of full-scale war, Ukraine is not depreciating its assets and looking into the currency in revenue that would be exceeding $22 billion US. The African countries in the Middle East who are relying on our supplies, and definitely that would be one of our both priority as well as commitment to deliver upon. But looking into immediate term perspectives, we are also exploring a Chinese market, poultry, flour and wheat, Switzerland, again, poultry and meat. As you remember, I mentioned that we benefit a lot from our partnership with agrarian associations, not only as our industry representatives and counterparts in the national dialogue, but also when it comes to international cooperation. We do appreciate the efficacy of that cooperation, because that results in accomplishing more ambitious results. And in order to strengthen position of the producers, we are also updating and improving Ukrainian legislation, making sure their business is easier, more convenient, more profitable, and also making sure that Ukraine will not suffer any losses from any inappropriate innovations in that field. On the other hand, adaptation of agricultural producers has demonstrated how resilient they are, just like the rest of Ukraine. And so thus they are serving as one of the integral and fundamental elements of our economy and future development. Also, I believe I have to deliver some apologies in advance. I might not be able to stay with you through the rest of the panel discussion until the end, but I will do my best to stay as long as possible. Thank you so much, and thank you for your commitment as well.
To emphasize that Ukraine proved itself like a country that can ensure food security in the world, and I think that it's not a surprise that before full-scale invasion, Ukraine was responsible for 50% of export of sunflower oil in the world. And also we exported wheat, barley and corn all over the world. So, and even now we understand how powerful our country is. And before that full-scale invasion, sometimes we didn't understand that. Because even, for example, there are some sectors and some goods that Ukraine also exported all over the world. And, for example, any micro schemes cannot be created without neon gas. And Ukraine was responsible for 50% of that neon gas. Just that is short, brief information for our foreign partners and for our Ukrainians to prove that we are really resilient and we are ready to ensure not only food security, but to scale our activities and to diversify our geography of export. And in this case, I'd like to express gratitude to our speakers from Brazil and to compare some figures. In 2024, for the half of the year, we have for now just $200 million of our trade turnover. In 2008, we had $1.1 billion. What is the reason of this decrease and how we can assist our bilateral trade to enhance these figures? I'd like to deliver this question to Dr. Fernanda Magnotta, and also, additionally, to explain what sectors can be perspective for our bilateral cooperation and how to overcome these challenges that we face now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very, very happy to be here with you. It's been a very beautiful journey, I must say. Besides all the, sad times we're facing here, I've been realizing during the last days how many things in common Brazil, and I think Global South in general, if we must say, and Ukraine have in common. Besides this crazy cold weather you have here, we are also, most of us, we're also very warm people. So I need to make this personal note as an introduction to thank you all for the invitation. It's been a great time here. And you are very resilient, as you just said. I would also like to say that I'm very honored to be with these great experts here at the panel, and very happy to meet in person Ambassador Rapesta from Brazil. So trying to go straight to the question, Anna, I think what unites countries as Brazil or others and Ukraine is that the fact that we've been facing, managing development as an independent countries, besides and considering that all of us had a strong external interferences for different reasons in our regions. And I think this is a very powerful way to tell a story, to put people together, to explain that it doesn't matter if you have a very different way of telling that. What it matters is that you know how is to be autonomous and try to reinforce your own identity, even in the economic side, in a world in which you are not the most powerful country. So Brazil is being very active in this idea of making space for a global role. And I think in this specific area of agribusiness, economy, some particular products, we can be actually superpowers. I'm not an economist, I'm not a business person, so I'll let the, full data part for the ambassador that I'm aware that is much more full of information about that. But I am a political analyst that has been the whole life working with, trying to project the future. And when I think about this future, I see two different approaches that maybe can answer your question. The first one is like immediate economic potential. So when we look to Ukraine and the Global South, we could say that the export of Ukrainian grains and agricultural products to developing countries are very important. So we can share experience on that, and of course we have markets to share on that. But also opportunities in technology, in sectors such IT, defense, in which you're very good, and we are very willing to cooperate on that. And also maybe knowledge transfer in areas such as nuclear energy or engineering. So this is what is already happening. This is what we're doing besides the war. We're always doing that. But as someone who likes to analyze trends, the message I would like to address here is that, you know, looking to the future, I love that you just mentioned geography, because I will use a word that rhymes with that, that is demography. Demography matters a lot when you look for trends. And demography is in our side, yours and ours. Because when we look to the future, and I have some data here to make my point, so you can believe me, we have things that must be remembered. So I know that we are amidst terrible times here, the world's crazy, it's upside down, and everybody is a little bit, you know, skeptical about future. But believe me, in 25 years, we're gonna have a very different world in terms of demography. And this new world is a good world for us. So in opportunities, I say. So some numbers, very reliable, then I can share you the sources, but by 2050, so 25 years from now, world population is expected to reach 9.7 billion people. Just Africa, which is a region that I know it's very strategic for you, the population is expected to double to 2.5 billion at the same period. Asia will still be very important, the largest place with lots of people, especially in India and Southeast Asian countries. And in contrast, Europe, including here, Ukraine, we know that faces population aging, demographic decline, etc. But as we are a globalized world, and you have the world as your market, this is good news. I see two specific areas in which Brazil, Global South countries, agricultural countries, and Ukraine can benefit a lot. It's related to food security, and it's related to energy security. Just to give you a very brief information, in terms of food security, food demand, because of the increasing of the number of people, expected to 2050 is an increasement of 50% of what we have today. So we're going to have 50% more necessity of food for all these new people that are coming in the horizon. And the same with energy. The Global South alone will represent 70% of global energy consumption by 2050. So I'm not talking about something that is very distant. I'm talking about things that we all going to be here to see. It's going to be a new world with a lot of people with changing access and changing mindsets of what is power. Because nowadays, power, and for the last century, power has been just defined as the traditional power. So you're powerful if you have like military resources, if you have a GDP that is big, and of course it's still matter. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but we are countries that could share by demographic changes the new reality in which what we know how to do it, and we are well known for that. I come from a country that is facing hunger as well as a priority, is a country that sells food for the whole world, as you as well does. So, and we always have been treated as, you know, countries that are not so powerful, so we can be powerful. Because in the near future, we know what to do in terms of food and in terms of energy. The world will benefit from that. And just because of that, I would like to say that we, in my position, in my opinion, we should, in this case, work in the strategic points to make this reality possible. So I think Ukraine specifically can position itself as a very strategic hub in connecting agricultural production for growing markets, especially in Africa and Asia. I think it would be very important, even for countries far away from that region, like in my case, from the South American region. And also, I think we can be very good partners in diversifying energy supply, in work in alternative trade routes. I think it would be very useful as well. And I think South-South cooperation could be a good strategy for Ukraine, because, you know, sometimes what I feel being here, it's something that I've been thinking a lot, actually. I'm very, I don't know, very uncomfortable to the idea of Global South in general. There is no clear definition for that. Sometimes it's used in a not a proper way. But during these days, I've been talking to people here. What I realize is that sometimes Ukraine faces a problem in my vision. That is, it's not clear if you are north or south. Because for those who come from the place I come, when I look to Ukraine, it looks like north. You are European, you are willing to be part of the EU, you maybe be part of NATO, so it seems to be north. But when I arrive here and I talk to you and I see what your economy is based on and what are your challenges, and I understand that we have this common ground of development as something that it really rings a bell to a person like me, I think, oh, maybe they understand us. So maybe they're north, but maybe they're south. So I think you could benefit of this kind of approach. You know, it's a very powerful approach to connect to people like in Brazil. If you tell them that you can, you know, be in their shoes. I know what you're talking about. I came from a country that faces similar challenges. This is very powerful. And that's why I think we, as both regions, I am talking about not just Brazil, but the so-called Global South, to a north / maybe south country, that we have very good competitive advantages. And it's what I see. We have high-quality arable land, we have strategic geographical locations, we have expertise in agriculture and energy technology, we have everything we need, and we can understand each other. If we use the right approach, build the right narrative, you can present yourself as a country that understands the Global South and can work together with the Global South to the world of the next 25 years, which will be the world of food security and the world of energy security. We are the countries that will provide to the powerful current countries what they will need, and of course what they are not aware, I think, and at the moment they are not thinking about that. So they will have missiles, they will have a big GHP in very technological things, they will have like the control of all IT in the world. They won't have food, and they won't have energy to power on their power. So this is very important, and for me, being not an economist, but a political analyst, I think it's very vital and very strategic. So, sorry for the long answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inspiring speech. Yeah, and I'd like to comment that I'm really grateful that you focus on perspectives, because sometimes when I communicate with our partners abroad, the meaning that Ukraine is during the war, that is why we are just waiting for the finishing of the full-scale invasion, and then we can talk about something. No, that is not a true way of cooperation, because Ukraine is really resilient, and even despite all these difficulties and logistical complications and blackouts, explosions, and so on, our companies continue to scale the activities, they continue to export, they continue to cultivate the harvest, and even Ludmila mentioned their forecast for the year of for this year. So Ukraine produces more than we need for our domestic needs. That is why we talk about cooperation. We also talk about export of goods with added value. And also you mentioned about similarities. Our power is in our diversity. So yeah, we can combine all this side of the world. And continuing further our discussion, I'd like to mention that Mr. Norton, he is former ambassador. Just like a few months ago, he was acting ambassador, and I was lucky to cooperate with you. I was really lucky to be your student, because yes, because you know what are really perspective spheres of our cooperation, what challenges are, and how to overcome them. And in this case, I'd like to ask you advice. What Ukrainians should do to be more vocal on the Brazilian market?
Good morning. Morning, Anna. Good morning, my colleagues from the panel. And good morning, audience. Don't laugh at me, Valerio. I mean, yes, I was lucky to be here from end of 2020 up to last September as the Brazilian ambassador. With Anna and with the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we have tried to approach the two markets in 2021. But before I start to answer her question, I just would like to make a point about these non-Western countries. As of Brazil, it's a Western country in terms of culture, religion, and behavior, and in foreign policy as well. So it gives the idea that non-Western, Western country would be European Union and North America. So I just wanted to make this precision that we are Western country, as well as Ukraine is not an Eastern country. Geographically speaking, Ukraine is a Central European country. Because geographically, again, Europe goes up to the Urals. So other countries are Eastern countries, not Ukraine. Culturally, as Dr. Fernanda was mentioning, is a very Central European country. Now, if the name Ukraine comes from the country of the border, or the last country is, okay, the border is here from Central Europe. So back to business, Anna. I think once I was a member of a Brazilian delegation, military delegation that went to United Arab Emirates, and the father of today's president, Mohammed bin Zayed, MBZ, as he's known, said to the head of the delegation that the friends should pay visits very often, even if the visits are short. So, and this in terms of the bilateral trade that once reached $500 million in the two ways from Brazil, between Brazil and Ukraine. In some years we had huge exports to Ukraine due to some airplanes, Embraer airplanes that Ukraine bought. Today, this year, last year, 2023, Brazilian exports to Ukraine were $23 million. And one of the headlights is ginger. Mm-hmm. Ginger.
Come on, it's very good.
I like ginger. I like Asian food. Yeah, but Brazil can only export ginger to Ukraine.
Yeah, I agree.
No, what is wrong? What is wrong? And how are the exports from Ukraine to Brazil? Some spare parts, some what? It's not even worth to mention the list of products. So, going back to what I was saying, that in 21, Anna, myself, Gennady Shizhikov from the Chamber and the partners in Brazil, including the here present former ambassador of Ukraine to Brazil, Ambassador Tronenko, we organized online, due to the COVID times, online seminar in some business sectors, agri-industry that the Vice Minister mentioned, IT, medical sector, investments. Now, it was very good. There was some follow-up, and then the war came, and the full-scale invasion came. And I agree with the minister, the Vice Minister Ludmila, that we have to think outside the box. We have to think that we have, in some sectors, we are competitors, but competition doesn't mean a fight. Competition can mean an opportunity into agribusiness, also to either export to Brazil or other areas, and also investments. When I was ambassador here, I was repeating to Brazil, to the Brazilian community, that we should invest in Ukraine in order to be ready when Ukraine will be part of the European community. So either we arrive now or it's going to be too late. So think outside the box, visit each other more often, do a road show in Brazil to show who you are. We don't know, Brazilians don't know who you are. They haven't seen your CV, we don't know your history, your potentialities. I learned a little bit living here, but there's a lot to be done in terms of knowing each other better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Norton. I remember in 2023 we had a very interesting visit to São Paulo and Brasilia in Brazil. We met with different organizations, and we understand that really we should be more active, like Ukrainians, like Ukrainian companies, because that is not a secret. Nobody just sitting and waiting for somebody will come and propose very interesting and good quality products that will be with huge demand. No, we should be more active. We should present ourselves on foreign markets. We should also provide marketing research and understand which sectors are more perspective, which are not. And also, if we cannot easily export, like because of logistics and because of different difficulties, if we not start with like concrete export, we can continue with IT sector, because there are a lot of perspectives. And for example, Ukrainian unicorns are in IT sector. Also, I know that Brazilian bank, also unicorn in Brazil, I do not remember the name of this bank, but that is also a good example how the digitalized country is, and how we can share our experiences and create new products. And also, I know about pharmaceutical sector that is really very famous on Brazil market, Argentina, Chile, and others. So our Ukrainian producers can also scale their activities, can open new markets on this region, and probably our task, like a business support organization, to create new instruments and to support them in just like moving forward. So, and I'll switch to Ukrainian. Я перейду на українську.
Yeah, I will continue in English. And today on this event, we also have a representative of a company which indeed is global. It's a global Ukrainian company represented in different markets. And I would like to ask several questions. Let me start with the challenges which you faced when you entered international markets. Do you remember which first countries were there, and what are the prospects for the future? Where do you plan to move? Where do you plan to invest? Yeah, the company is MHP, the poultry producer. So over to you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Let me continue also in Ukrainian. Unfortunately, the colleague from the Ministry of Agriculture is leaving. I wanted to give you comments, but well, unfortunately. Yeah, if we talk about the MHP now, we export to about 80 countries of the world. We are a global and technological company, and it's really great to hear nice words about Ukraine and Ukrainian business from colleagues in Brazil, because if you know the share of Brazil in Ukraine's poultry export, well, it's good, and that's why it's very honor. It's a great honor to hear these kind words. So when we started, we first focused on the EU market, the Western countries, where most Ukrainian companies have been trying to export their products. But now, looking at the results of 2023, if we look at the export of MHP, about 40% of our export is in the countries of Global South. And now it is a prospective direction for our company, because we've heard already that this is a developing market. It has lots of prospects, and actually it's developing, but it can be a very good example for development. So we are now actively working on expanding that. We already have opened our manufacturing base in Saudi Arabia, and we are interested in the markets of Africa and Asia. It's hard to talk about the market of Latin America if we talk about poultry, because coming back to openings but to countries, I must give kudos to Brazil, because the logistical pathways which Brazilian manufacturers do develop, they deserve respect. Whichever country we think of for possible export, we see that Brazil is present there already in that market. So indeed, it's a very wide geography.
But more importantly, there is a lot for us to learn from you. And also, I don't want to take too much time to describe our internal business processes within the company, speaking of potential impact of Ukrainian business on the Global South as well. But what I'd like to emphasize, and again, unfortunate that our colleagues from the Ministry of the Agricultural Policy had to leave, but one of the items she emphasized is to stay away from exporting raw commodities and instead add value to our products. And we do understand why it's important, and also regardless of the fact that Ukraine is still perceived as only agricultural producer and raw product supplier, but we do have a lot to offer to markets outside of the emerging and developing countries only. Quite recently, I had an opportunity to visit the South African Republic, Botswana and Mozambique, those countries which are demonstrating very active economic development out there in the south. And of course, maybe this is the specificity of our perception, because we believe that African countries, they do rely on our support and our products, including the processed foods, which can be presented in the local markets. But even in those three countries, they can serve as an example that they are managing their domestic manufacturing perfectly well. And in some cases, they don't need our processed foods. Instead, they are interested in local manufacturing, in localization of Ukrainian manufacturing products. And Ukraine, possessing the technologies to be replicated in other countries, including agricultural sector, we also can share our technologies, not just raw materials, not just processed foods, but technology as well. We are quite well developed in when it comes to machine building, including agricultural equipment. And this, again, would be quite an important niche or even sector in the market. And you, as representative of the Chamber of Commerce, please confirm we are talking about over 100 of Ukrainian companies exporting their equipment, engineering, and technologies, including irrigation of the plowlands, and again, other technologies in place which can be exchanged and which would be appealing, interesting, and beneficial to the key players in the global south. And that is an additional added value product that we can readily offer to our partners. And again, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I'd like to rewind our discussion back to where we started, because one of the opening remarks was that Ukrainian business is very closely related to diplomatic relationship. And one of the success stories and successful cases in that respect, despite the harshness of our current momentum, would be demonstrating our resilience as a business, but also our close bonds, linkages with those diplomatic relationships, which are mutually empowering, including those with the global south. Quite recently, we had a collaborative meeting with ambassadors of the African countries, and we have similar cooperation platforms in the Middle East and in other markets as well. And that is part of our strategy for development. And just to finish, I'd like to come back to this idea, which was again suggested by our colleagues from Brazil, about the role and place of Ukraine. You mentioned quite rightly that Ukraine is between the south and the north, the east and the west. So maybe we could perceive Ukraine as the center, also the center of global food security for the entire world. That is the place where we belong. This is an excellent statement. Thank you so much. With that note, we're also looking forward to have Musa Mohammed Salid, our honorary consul in Republic of Sudan. But we still did not receive confirmation whether he will be joining us or not. Meanwhile, we can have some times for our audience to suggest any comments for discussion or questions to the speakers. But coming back to the highlights you, Anton, mentioned regarding the role for Ukraine and the models for us to enter different markets. You mentioned this meeting with ambassadors of African countries, describing that we can not only export raw products or food products, but also technologies, but also expertise. We can do training and education programs. We can commission our experts to teach local professionals how to establish those irrigation systems, how to do selection of different crops, and because selection of seeds, selection of new varieties is one of the particular strengths of our science and commerce. And the same relates to the engineering technologies and use of agricultural equipment. And there are many Ukrainian companies who would be willing and able to do so. But this is important to have a platform where such knowledge can be exchanged, where such ideas could be exchanged, but most importantly, we have to follow up on such ideas and such initiatives. Because this is not only the matter of setting the stage for some speakers, business representatives to present their ideas, but namely to use those stages as platforms for cooperation, communication, and exchange. Again, encouraging our audience to be active on the one hand, but also taking home some of those messages, ideas, and initiatives and setting them to sprout, and remembering that every business, every initiative, you could become an ambassador of Ukraine. Ukraine is a country which has demonstrated its resilience and efficacy, and making sure that Ukrainian case scenario can and should be replicated. And again, I work in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry for almost 10 years, and even that decade was full of different developmental events, different at the rate of speed and coverage, but this quantum leap that we are expecting to come soon enough, hopefully it will be used wisely and effectively for our mutual benefit, making sure that Ukraine will not be associated only with the war, but rather with such definitions as quality, innovation, and making sure that the taste of Ukrainian product is sweet.
It's for our discussion.
Anna, can I just echo
Yes,
what
yes,
you
sure.
just said, because I think it's really important. And oh wow,
It's okay, no.
not a threat.
Just continue,
Okay, so I think something that you just said is very important in two different tracks. First of all, is that sometimes still nowadays people think that countries that are huge exporters of commodities, agricultural business in general, they must rely on low added value products. And I think this is a lesson that we together could, address as a partnership, because nowadays when we think about grains, when we think about meat, when we think about what I was saying about food security and energy, we're talking about knowledge and technology. This is very, very important. In Brazil, we have a very successful experience that is kind of an international case, that is Embrapa. It's a very, very nice experience we had among business people, universities, scientists, researchers. So everybody for decades working together and making sure that we're going to have more productivity, that we're going to be more competitive, that we're doing things better and benefiting economically from that. So Embrapa is like a case that we could use in the Brazilian scenario, but I'm pretty sure you have your own cases like that. So the first thing I would like to echo is that it's not because we are supposed to be countries that sells food for the world that we don't need to talk about like innovation, technology. We are part of this discussion and we need to do this conversation. It's important to us, it's going to make us better for our businesses. And the other thing I want to echo as well is what you said about, and Ambassador mentioned that as well. He was making almost a call to action to people to get together. I think this is very important. Sometimes in political arena and when we talk about international economy, and even thinking about trade, people just rely on governments. And they think, just governments are responsible for this or that. So you wait for the ministry, you wait for the president. And I think that in this world we are living in, this is not necessarily true anymore. Even because the countries, my country is one of that, yours probably also, and many of the world as well, we are facing periods of polarization, we are facing periods of political change. So it's very complicated for politicians to take positions sometimes. They need to accommodate so many things at the same time. They need to, talk to their most passionate people. So it's not something that it's easy to manage. In the other way, in contrast, we have business people, academics, people from civil society that stands for stability. So at the same time that we have politicians making our lives crazy and having so many ruptures during the last years in all the places around, the other actors, the other stakeholders, they are willing for stability. So we, as these people, we are very powerful as well. So it's very important that you make like these conversations, these road trips, these shows. There are many strategies that can be applied in this specific area, and I think it would be great for Ukraine to institutionalize that. So to create CEOs forums where you can discuss things, to put together this community of experts that can contribute to knowledge and technology in our fields of expertise, to bring together people who are researching how these processes that were mentioned, like irrigation, fertilization, could be managed. It's really important to diversify the voices. If we just wait, and I can tell you by my side that the Brazilian government will be the one responsible for sharing what Brazil wants, it will not happen. Not because the government is not good, it's just because the government is floated. The government has other priorities. It will do something, it's his role to do something, but it will not do enough. And we can have other people in this room as well. So just would like to echo that, because I really think we can be really good players in technology knowledge and doing that by diverse range of stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just I'd like to reflect, and then Mr. Norton, you will continue. Ukrainians are unique in this case, I think, because usually we do not rely on government or politicians. We just do something and try to create an agenda for our government. So, and surely I agree with you that such events like trade fairs, exhibitions, trade missions are very important. Thank you. Mr. Norton.
In Brazil, some businessmen have a say. If the government doesn't mess up, if they don't get into my business, I'll do business and I'll bring good things for the country. What Dr. Fernanda mentioned, Embrapa, it's a good example. Embrapa is a Brazilian research agricultural company, belongs to the government, and has very interesting research and development in different areas, including to bring back damaged land that will be it's a big problem with the war now. But to do business, we need to trust each other. This is fundamental. And then, now, for more than 5 years, 6 years or so, Ukraine is blocking the import of pork from Brazil. And so there was, the first reaction is that, because swine fever in Brazil. But swine fever in Brazil is only in the northeast of Brazil, and the northeast of Brazil doesn't export pork. Then, all the steps were done to negotiate, to try to remove this blockage. Then there was, because the pork producers in Ukraine, this will damage them. So I contacted them, and they said, no, we want to import because we want to develop with Embrapa a genetic research to increase the genetic of our pork. Then there was, no, it's the poultry sector that doesn't want. Because there will be a competition. And I said, listen, due to the prices, and this was confirmed by pork producers, due to the price in Brazil and the transport, Brazil will not destroy the pork industry in Ukraine. On the contrary, will add some more products to be processed and re-exported. Then there was the last, I hope not the least. Oh no, we don't authorize because Brazilian position towards the peace plan is not what we would like to. That's when it gets into the point that when the government doesn't mess up in business, we can do business. But what is the connection between politics and business? Shouldn't be a connection. Politics are politics. Business is business. Business brings richness, brings profits, brings wealth, good things, and even can bring or the view, or the political view, more developed political view. So, this is something to be worked as well, trust. Thank you.
Thank you for this remark. I know about this problem, and we as a chamber communicated with importers, potential importers of pork, and also exporters. And we understand that that question is really complicated, not only from that political side, but also from business because of certificates of origin and so on. But I think we should move it forward. We should continue our work because you know that we communicated with our state bodies on this issue, and I hope that we can assist our economy to overcome this.
Yeah, I provoked this today because I know that this is still going on, and it should be a technical visit to Brazil that was blocked.
And Ambassador, we must agree that pork with ginger is very good.
Thank you. Yeah, I know that there are some questions from our audience. Can you assist me, please? Представтесь, будь ласка.
If you could please introduce yourself.
My name is Emilia Merenmies, and I am from Finland. I'm not a diplomat or a politician. I'm a businesswoman, entrepreneur, and a project manager. And thank you for the panelists and for the opportunity to be here at the Crimea Global. If I may ask a somewhat provocative and perhaps even a triggering question following the ambassador's last comment about trust, politics, and business. We have now a newly elected president in United States who claims to make peace in Ukraine in 24 hours after assuming the role of the presidency. And there are many discussions about the type of peace that the President-elect Trump would promote. So, if we play a game that has to do with the man who makes deals, and that I am here asking on behalf of President Trump, President-elect Trump, to make a case for Crimea, a business and an economic case for Crimea to be part of the demands that President-elect Trump would have in his discussions about peace. What would be the business and economic case for Crimea? Thank you.
Who will answer this question? Because to be honest, our panel is about business and economy, so developing the economic ties. But we have political analysts, probably you will try to answer.
Well, I think I'm not the right person to especially describe or analyze Crimea in particular. I won't be able to say anything relevant about that because it will demand someone who is specialized on that. So I won't try to navigate seas that I don't, have the knowledge to. This is part of being honest intellectually, but I've been following the American politics for a while. Actually, my field of studies is US studies. I am a person that is related to an American think tank as well. And we've been following this transition period in the US very closely. So what we can tell you about what to expect from President Trump till this moment is that probably it will be, in terms of comparing to the previous administration, an administration much more focused on loyalty. So he is trying to find people to be around him that he considers that are loyal to him. And it brings to the game people that were not part of the American, inner circle in the first government. At the same time, he will face a very complicated scenario in terms of putting his agenda on trail because of the Congress. Many people are saying that, oh, the Congress is, the majority of the Congress will be Republican, so he will be able to do whatever he wants, and that it's not true, because there is a specific strategy that the opposition will use, especially in the Senate, which is called filibuster. Filibuster is something that you can do to avoid things to go ahead. So President Trump has a complicated agenda in various arenas, especially here in the Ukrainian one. But I think he will not be able to go ahead in some of them because he will be blocked by other stakeholders. I'm mentioning the Senate, for example, where he doesn't have enough majority to overcome this filibuster strategy, but also from the businesses and the other partners he has in the world. There are a lot of pressure right now for him to be more clear about what it means, this peace plan. Nobody knows actually. Probably what he's going to suggest is something related to territory, and probably Crimea, in this sense, will be part of the negotiation. What we actually don't have very clear is if the west part of the east part of the country will be also there, and also what will be the role of other countries in this negotiation, because what I've been hearing in the US is that if the peace plan that he wants to suggest is what everybody's talking about, of course the Ukrainian government is rejecting that, so maybe the US will not be able to be the mediator of the crisis. So there will be the necessity of another strategy of mediation besides Trump. And what people are saying in Washington is that Trump maybe will try to triangle with other people, such as India or other countries. It's being very discussed, this idea that he needs to have other players in the room. So I'm not sure about business in Crimea and Trump, because I don't know business in Crimea particularly, but what I can tell you is that Trump will be not able to solve the war in 24 hours. He said the same in the other mandate when he said that he would solve the crisis of ISIS, or he would solve the crisis at that time regarding COVID, and of course it was not possible because he was blocked. So I think people are overestimating the power of the president in the US. He is very powerful. He was elected in a very important election. His legitimacy comes from the numbers he had, but US is a very complicated place institutionally. He will not have free pass, even having the Congress. You know that many part of the competencies in the American constitutions rely in the legislative, not in the presidency. So I think it's not good news for Ukraine in general, but I think it's not as bad as people would say. And Trump is very transactional. he's very, very transactional. In terms of foreign policy, he just sees the short term, and he's always relying on Excel tables. So maybe, in terms of escalation of war, it's not the worst scenario, I must say. So I'm sorry I couldn't answer properly your question, but some thoughts about what I've been hearing. I was in the US just a week ago working with the American transition period. So.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to inform you that our speaker connected via Zoom. So I'd like to give the floor to Nagender Parashar, General Director of Parashar Industries. That is a joint venture, if I do not mistake, Indian and Ukrainian. So, Mr. Nagender, the question is to you. What are, like in general, what are potential opportunities for our Ukrainian-Indian business cooperation? And probably in your case, what challenges can Ukrainian and Indian companies face during establishment and negotiations of such business cooperation?
Thank you very much. I'm Naginder Parasha, and we have a chain of prosthetic workshops in Ukraine. We have 10 prosthetic centers, and we also have a prosthetic manufacturing unit in Kyiv, where I'm the chief engineer, and we make a lot of knee joints, hydraulic knee joints, etc. I mean, a lot of stuff. And recently, since after beginning of this very strange war without any reason, we are facing some shortage with the manpower, with the skilled manpower, and everyone knows about that. So we opened a factory. I opened a factory in India, which manufactures some parts of those prosthetic components, and that way we have already started the cooperation. In the future, we would like our factory in Ukraine to grow, and we would like to have exports from Ukraine of our products, which are really, I'm proud to say that we are really world class, and I hope the time will come and everyone would know about that. A few people in Ukraine already know about that. So we have some type of arrangement with India already. If that answers your question.
Okay, thank you so much. But probably like some inspiring remark for Ukrainian companies and for foreign companies who'd like to enter Ukrainian market or invest to Ukraine. What you can recommend or advise to these business circles?
Right now, if we talk about the Indian companies, we have a great embassy of Ukraine in Delhi, and we have a great ambassador of Ukraine, Mr. Palishuk, and all the embassy staff is willing to provide all the necessary help, assistance to any Indian business who wants to work in Ukraine, and the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine is doing a great job. And they also traveled to India in January this year and participated in a big exhibition and clearly stated that anyone who wants to start a business in Ukraine would be helped by the government of Ukraine in every way possible. So I think that's a welcome step for Indian business, that the government itself is very eager to have any business which wants to explore the opportunities in Ukraine, and even doesn't need to wait for the war to end, because all wars end anyway, and we hope that in January some good things might happen. We are waiting for them, that the war will end. So the Indian business can already start finding out who they want to work with, which sectors of economy they want to work with. There's a lot of work in Ukraine, and the government, Ukraine government is welcoming the Indian businesses and all the businesses, in particular Indian businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your speech. And probably we have just less than 10 minutes till the end of our panel discussion. I'd like to give the floor to each of our speakers for some final remarks, also like my question to Mr. Nagender about some advice and advice for potential investors and potential companies who'd like to enter Ukrainian market or who'd like to invite Ukrainian companies to foreign markets. Thank you. Please, you will be the first.
Yeah, so I think I would just add to what was just said, that, you know, business, politics, and everything is, in the end of the day, about people. So if we're talking about building trust, if we're talking about shaping the future by any opportunity, try to, you know, invest in technology, think about demography, everything we've been talking here, being competitive, everything, we need first to know each other. So it's very, very important to know each other, because it's the best way you understand that we maybe seem so different, but we are not actually. And I think our countries are doing less than they could to get together. And I'm pretty sure that it's not the reality just for my country and yours. I think we as the world, at the same time, we are so, you know, cosmopolitan and globalized. We are not taking enough time to see what's happening in the other side. So I would suggest, as a practical thing, for those who can promote as much as they can these people-to-people connections, just do it, because it's very, very transformative. I believe that for a business, and I also believe that for things in general. I am pretty sure that if we could have like the Brazilian delegates here from the business in much more times, they would go back with a different view for many things, as it would be the same for politicians and other stakeholders. When you meet people, you get connections, you feel bounded to that reality, and you start reshaping your own convictions, and sometimes the way you consider your own future. So you say, oh, these people exist, and they're doing something that it's nice. So I think getting to know people is the key. It's so basic, it's so, you know, naive saying that out loud, but it's at the same time, it's the most important thing. I must tell you, it's my first time in Ukraine. I've been traveling a lot in my life, but I think this is the longest trip I ever took. And you know, I've been to more than 70 countries, including Japan, which is very far away from Brazil. But to get here, because of these restrictions, it took me more than 30 hours. 30 hours traveling to get here. But why I'm telling you that? It's not because, you know, I'm a hero that came here for 30 hours traveling. I'm saying that because every time I talk to people back home and they say, oh, are you crazy? You took like 30 hours trip to go to the middle of a war. And I tell them, you know, this is so nuanced. You don't understand what it means. 30 hours can be nothing, or can be a lot. And when you get to know people, I cannot think about going back. And I'm talking that in personal terms because I think it's the reality for everything. So if you want to have better business, if you want to get more exports, if you want to have a better GDP, to conquer more markets, just make it possible. Make people meet people, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who make the decisions. I would say just that.
Great remark. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Norton.
If you allow me, Anna, just to add the 2 words to what Dr. Fernanda said. Either Brazil and the Ukraine peoples are hugging people. We like to hug each other. differently from Finland, where I lived. And I was very happy. I was even married I had 8 years, very happy marriage with an intelligent, beautiful Finnish woman. But you don't know how to hug. You are very good in business, in many, many things, but hugging is not your cup of tea. Okay. Well, we respect this. And then Brazilians and Ukrainians are very huggy people. And this hug, 100 hours of online negotiation discussions don't replace a hug. So let's hug more, let's meet more, and let's do more business, and let's remove silly barriers for our business.
Thank you. It was really inspiring. Lev.
You need to say this is the most, effective economy panel you ever had.
It's true. Yes. Thank you. Лев, будь ласка, вам слово теж для...
Over to you, Vlad. It's difficult to add anything after these words. Yeah, this business model of hugging is invincible. So talking about the political aspects we've mentioned, a lot of ideas are very dear to me because my background is political studies, and in my company I'm actually responsible for the political analysis and risk landscape. So we can talk a lot about this, but I would like to focus today on this idea which was not mentioned, was already was mentioned. The food security and the trends we see globally, whether we want it or not, is the food security that can be the tool of diplomacy, the new language which will essentially motivate us to peace, to establish new contacts, to unite and to form the absolutely new world with absolutely new ties and new positions. So, of course, the ideas we've heard today that the civil society must be engaged in the dialogue, to have certain synergy between the government and civil society and business. I fully agree with Mr. Ambassador that we need some independence of business processes from the government. We don't need extra barriers. And it is applicable to many situations, including in Ukraine. But complicated times show that even these diversified processes can bring us together. So indeed, we might all come together around the idea of global food security. Thank you so much. I will not switch into English. I will continue in Ukrainian. So I would like first to say thanks to our guests who came from afar, to say thanks to all the panelists and the participants here, because indeed, when we talk about establishing communication, business communication, political, any communication, it's very important to establish human relationship. And Ukrainians can win the hearts of different people, not only by showing that we are brave, but also there is this kind of magic of personal communication, and these meetings would help us in business cooperation as well. And I would like to reiterate that companies should consider different business cultures. We need to respect the traditions of each other, because indeed in the world there are different countries with different cultures. So first and foremost, Ukrainian and international companies need to understand the proper business dialogue, proper communication, take part in business activities, expos and business forums, and come together in associations, because you cannot win a battle alone. So business associations really help some voice to Ukrainian or international companies.
Буду завершувати, але хотіла б завершити цитатою. Чесно, не дуже пам'ятаю, хто її сказав, але ми будуємо, людство будує занадто багато стін і так мало мостів. Давайте будувати більше мостів. Дякую. Так, і я передаю слово модератору заходу.
Thank you very much. Great panelists, fantastic moderator. Thank you so much. Now we're going to proceed again without any chance for coffee. Sorry about that. Tough schedule, tough times, tight schedule. We will proceed with the special speech of the first deputy of the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Kornienko. He is here already. After his speech, you will be able to ask some questions. So please stay here. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kornienko. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, good morning, good day. Welcome to Kyiv, welcome to center of Kyiv. You know, it's very famous ancient historical places. And literally, in this place, when we are situated right now, started history not only of Ukraine. Here started history of Europe. Because one of the first famous European state, Kievan Rus, was started from these hills. That's why it's very symbolic that we can, once again, in terms of this brilliant conference, Crimea Global, discuss about diplomacy, discuss about some, our special and additional efforts about diplomacy in non-Western world, and of course about democracy, because for good working democracy we need diplomacy. But on the other hand, for good working diplomacy we need democracy. That's why it's very close to each other. I'm representative of parliament. That's why I can speak about democracy. I can speak about our difficulties that we feel right now and that we have felt for last 3 years. From the start of full-scale invasion, our parliament, Verkhovna Rada, shoulder to shoulder with society, shoulder to shoulder with people. We started, for us, this invasion started from our first meeting on the morning of 24th of February, 22nd, and about 6 o'clock I personally was on my working place, and Mr. Stefanchuk and our colleagues, and about 7:30 a.m. we started to adopt a presidential decree about promoting martial law and mobilization. And it was a very significant moment for us because despite of any partial or, political colors or movements, all together voted for this. All together, after that, we all together made statement publicly in stream about unity of Ukrainian parliament to victory. And I can say with some, remarks, with some little moments, for this day, Ukrainian parliament has already united about victory, about the future of Ukraine. And yes, we have discussion via parliament. We have strong discussions. We have filibuster, if you know what is it. It's like parliament spam. When you use some, tricks in reglement to promote your political positions. We have very, very, hot and difficult discussions about measures and borders of opening parliament in time of martial law. But one of the reasons of that, it's our constitution. Because of it, we can't replace through elections members of parliament. That's why if I don't wish to anyone and myself also, but if we will lose some MPs by, for example, missiles attack, or by some, other attacks, we will not have other MPs. That's why these 400 MPs who now work in the Ukrainian parliament should to be safety and should to be work in such mode that to keep Ukrainian working democracy. It's very important for us, not only because we are going to EU, like candidate states, and one of the main criteria of be member of EU is working. You should to be working democracy, but it's willing of Ukrainian people. Our people on 3 Maidans from the 1991, and from the 1990, from first Maidan, revolution of students, revolution na Granite, and Orange Maidan, and Orange Revolution, and the Revolution of Dignity. All this 3 times, our population once and once again said that Ukraine is democracy. We want to be democracy country. We want to be not a Austarian country. We want to make our choice where and how and when we want to go. That's why when, for example, in 2004, former government start to trick results of election, people said, no, we don't agree. We want to make our own choice. It should to be clear and should to be real result of our choices. And when in 2013 Yanukovych said that we will not go to EU, we will go to other, direction. No, population said no, we don't agree. We want to go to EU. That's why we are here on Euromaidan, on Maidan of Dignity. That's why democracy is very important for Ukraine. That's why we, leaders of parliament and our president Stefanchuk and I, and leaders of majority and leaders of other fractions and group and committees, our body who rule in parliament, we have special conciliation board for that. We all time try to make our process and our outcomes more and more democratically, despite of time of martial law. And sometimes we are successful, sometimes maybe not. But you will not, find any countries inside EU, for example, who has worked in democracy in time of war. Because any country of EU for last 70 years hadn't war. But only Ukraine, in time of very difficult war, with everyday missiles attack. Everyday missiles attacks to Kyiv, for example, we have it every day. For last 2 months, but for these last 2 months, our parliament was gathered more than 5 times, and we gathered it for 2-3 weeks. And we work it on budget, and we adopt it, and we work it on different legislations that making our country close to EU, and we adopted it. And we're working on special regulation for military issues, like today and tomorrow, yesterday, and we adopted it, and we work on that. And right now, you can be sure our service is working, despite of big threat that we have information from last evening that something maybe will go on next days. We don't know when, but if it will be some alerts, maybe we need to be more clear, more attentional to this these days. I'm open to your question. We don't have lot of time, but some, I think 1-2 questions we can raise, and I will give you answer. With pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Actually, Mr. Alexander met with both delegations that are present here. I know that you had a chance to put lots of questions, but still, are there any questions? Please raise your hands. If not, maybe I will ask, and then maybe someone will pick up. My question would be, you talked a lot about how do we operate now in this really challenging circumstances, but you work a lot, you personally, with the countries of the so-called Global South. No one likes this definition, but we repeat it all the time here. So what are the priorities for you as the deputy head of the Ukrainian parliament? What regions, what issues, what topics, and what's the approach now? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very important question. Thank you for that. It's a very dynamic process. Because, as I said, maybe on Monday to some of two delegations, when we started this process after full-scale invasion, we had one imaginations, we have one, perceptions of position different countries, of position different parts of world. But now, of course, we are more, we become more informed, we become more. Maybe not. We stop to be so naive about some, quick results of this communication and quick results of our different diplomatic work, because we understood that some positions and some connections of some countries, for example, with Russia, or with China, or with other one, formed for years, for dozens of years, and formed on stable economic fundament. That's why we need to do something, and we need to do more. And we need to work as in diplomatic and parliament diplomatic ways we worked. It's very important because some things started from diplomatic work. For example, I had first in history connection with head of parliament of Republic Mozambique. And it's very important for our country because it's important Portugal-speaking country on east of Africa, a big country that has some possibilities to develop, and a big country near the biggest country, the leader of continent, South Africa, for example. But why for previous 30 years we hadn't it issue? Maybe here place to ask this question, rhetorically, in diplomatic academia, but we understand that our country all time hadn't enough resources to build connections through all over the world, and with countries with some, new vision. One of the reasons that I think of that is that all these previous 30 years we hadn't, some strong, simple, but understandable proposition to this part of world, to non-Western countries. We had some proposition to Western world. We want to be a part. Please join us. Please join us to NATO. Please join us to EU. We want to be like you, etc., of course. But if we talk about African countries, we hadn't enough understandable, communication to these countries. What is Ukraine? What is about? Okay, we have educational track. It's good, but what else? You can't build a strong partnership only on the humanitarian, base. You need to add something more. That's why we talk much more about economy. That's why we're talking much more about agriculture. And yesterday, when we had meeting with journalists from brilliant newspapers and sites from African countries, I especially asked to take in part in this head of agriculture committee to promote our current situation, what we have this year, how we can work, in what direction we can be open to African countries, for example, etc. If you talk about, for example, Asia countries, and particularly Southern Eastern Asia, where we are very active, but also about, for example, India. For China, of course, it's also issue of economical collaboration, And you know that China, for a long time, was the biggest trade partner for Ukraine. But if you talk about some building new or a new strategy, we need to understand that Ukraine should to have, wide spectrum of trade partners, not only from one side of the world, but from many sides of the world. It's corresponded with our new economical strategy of our country that President Zelensky was promoted on his last speech before Parliament on this week. He talked much more about Ukrainian production and Ukrainian precision something. So it's understandable because we are a country with very big amount of raw materials. But we have this in agriculture, we have this in metallurgic, we have this in chemicals, we have this in rare materials, but we haven't enough precision, facilities here. That's why, of course, Ukraine should be a productive country that produce something and some final products. And I think it will be next stages of our collaboration with non-Western countries also. Of course, it's also a humanitarian issue, it's education, it's medicine, it's also issue of sharing some technology, as we told yesterday with colleagues from African countries, it's melioration or irrigation technology that Ukraine very, fruitful of this. It's technology of some extremal agricultures, because this year, first time we had higher than 50 degrees temperature on the south of Ukraine, on our agriculture regions. It's very close to African conditions, But if we talk about some more sustainable development of that, we are working with more actively this year, started more actively worked with Latin American parliaments. And we have special caucus in our parliament, and the representative of this caucus, only for the last 3 months, they were in more than 15 countries in Central and Latin America, and we start to build this connection also. I think next year Ukraine will add something bricks to this, picture. Some countries, some directions, some associations or some platform, like ASEAN, for example, where we're very active in parliament diminution, like different unions on African continents, because we know a lot of them here, etc., etc. We need to work on this in every day, step by step, and hard working mode, and we will.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions? So we have a question from Fernando. I will give the mic.
Okay, hello, Mr. Kornienko. It's very good to see you again. I would like to follow up actually a question that was made in the previous panel, and it's related to what you just said. I know you're pretty active in this parliamentarian diplomacy, and now we could have this update on how Ukraine is working with different stakeholders in the Global South. But what about the US? I would like to know how has been your communication to the American government in the legislative branch, and what are the perspectives since the election for the next year? Are you already talking to the new elected people? What are your feelings about this cooperation, since we all know that many of the help that is coming from the US passes through this Congress that now will be majoritarily Republican, both houses? So thank you.
Yeah, we work on that right now, despite of some lag between, between two Congresses, and this lag will be maybe 1-2 months, We work right now on the interparliament track. I signed yesterday permission to delegation more than 10 people to IDU Congress that will be in the United States, and Republicans, members of this big international community of parties, International Democratic Union. Of course, we also work with Dems, also on an everyday mode. I know that my colleagues who have a personal connection with some congressmen and boss and senators and members of all keep it. And if someone re-elected, they, celebrate it together, like, through Zoom or through other connections. But of course, we are very open to connect with new members, and we will. Next big or first big event that will be very important for us, it's prayer breakfast. It will be on the first week of February, but also on the first week of February, we know it also Ukrainian week, like Ukrainian annual Ukrainian week, and we will send big delegation here with high-level representatives. And of course, it's all for us. It's only next point to observe our outcomes for previous period and make some plans to next period. We have, good both party and bipartisan support, and we have good bipartisan connections. And like Parliament, we will do anything that will be possible from our side to keep this and to make it more developed and to help our supporters in Congress and Senate promote outcomes more and more, important for Ukraine, of course. But also, all time, we keep connection with civil society in the United States also, and with civil society who are Ukrainian civil society. They were active in DC, they were active all through the country, and we use other tools of diplomacy. For example, 1 year ago, in December 2023, when we had problem with delivering package through Congress, we made, by initiative of President and Andriy Yermak, we made very, for my opinion, very interesting project on between religion and parliament diplomacy. Our MPs, more than 20 people from different partisan group, was sent to different regions of United States and working on very, very, ground level with local religious community, with local business community. Someone went to Pennsylvania, someone went to, Arizona, to someone very, very deep inside. And they promoted why it's so important right now to deliver this package, why it's so important to save lives of our people. And it's not only about some, geopolitical big things that sometimes, difficult to deliver because start some discussions, ideologic, maybe that, but that we have, unfortunately, in Ukraine, enough personal histories and enough personal cases when families all together lose their lives by one shoot of Shahed, and it's only for last 2 months we had 2 or 3 such cases, and it's awful to see how one man stand without his family, and he live, but they're dead. That's why we working on this different way and different mode. Only yesterday I had a meeting with Louis Madanik, one of the coordinator of Open World program, and he said to us very optimistic news about next year and how we can develop our and like informal programs like Open World, but like formal programs between friendship group, for example, Scopus and someone else and someone else. That's why let's do it together, and we will be very thankful for your support in the United States who have some connection to please be friends of Ukraine. because we need your support also. Thank you maybe for your time, thank you for your attention. Thank you for this brilliant Monday for one part of you, yesterday for other part of you, but you see, yesterday I said to colleagues from media that I invest all my free time this week to this possibility to make dialogue with you, because it's very important for our sure. We will keep this connection next time, I think, in non-Western world, in Africa, Asia, Latin America, even Central Asia. It's very important for Ukraine in future also, and we very important to each other, I think. That's why let's keep connection, and welcome to Ukraine next time. We will wait for you, secondly and thirdly, and as much as you will want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander Kornienko, Vice Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. And before the lunch, we will also complement this statement and this conversation with Mr. Alexander with the two statements, short statements, that were sent to us by Brazilian deputies, which is a great honor to us because one of those deputies delivered a speech during the Crimea Platform Parliamentary Summit. So please, attention on the screen. Hopefully it will more fuel your appetite, and then we will go to lunch. Please. Can we have those statements, please? Запускайте, будь ласка, звернення.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pavlo Bilinski. I'm a member of parliament in Brazil representing the state of São Paulo. In Brazil, we have over 1 million Ukrainian immigrants, among them my grandfather, Bohdan Bilinski. In Brazil, we are fully aware of Russian intent of domination of Ukraine. Since 2014, with the annexation of Crimea, we understand that it is the wish of the Russian government and the Russian people to take over Ukraine. Ukraine is a sovereign country. It is being disrespected, its sovereignty is being disrespected again since 2022. We are over 1,000 days of war, of an illegal invasion. And in Brazil, the people recognize how that invasion is only wish to make Ukraine part of Russia again, as it was in Soviet Union. We are against that. We understand that according to international law, the invasion of a country in attempt to make its territory its own, it's illegal, and we are fully supporting Ukraine's defense against the Russian invasion. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I am at your service here in Brazil, and anything you need, please just say it. Brazilian people are with Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to express a few words to my friends from Ukraine about this situation the countries are facing, the organizations, the Global South, the BRICS, G20. I believe this kind of cooperation might work, but I'm a little skeptic about the real results that we can see from this meeting, this organization, these agreements. These multilateral agencies, organizations, agreements, many times show many good intentions, but the results and the actions many times doesn't show the same thing as the speech they do. I believe maybe cooperation between 2 or 3 or 4 countries, bilateral agreements, maybe can be more useful than agreements between a lot of countries that just stick with global consensus that doesn't mean much thing. I believe Ukraine and Brazil have many interests in common. They should work together. I see that the government in place now may not be very sympathetic with Ukraine. I am sorry about that. And I see agreements between inside multilateral organizations not working very well for the people. Many times we see agreements that doesn't show respect for the interest of the people. They many times make deals that looks like is on behalf on the interest of few people that are in power. I believe they are trying to make a new world order, but actually they are living the world without a good order. I believe in cooperation, more freely cooperation between countries, not bounded by interest of many countries. And I am looking forward to see countries like Brazil, Ukraine, and such working together, not necessarily in a multilateral way. And I believe it can be very useful, and we should do more agreements between our countries in the global south, but not bounded by this kind of concept. We should deal with any country that has a sincere interest in cooperate. I believe this is the path. Thank you once again for the opportunity, and I'll be here when necessary to talk. I believe in conversation, and I believe in everything is going to be better in the future. Thank you.
Those were addresses of the Brazilian deputies, members of the Congress, and now we would like to invite you to the lunch, and we will proceed at 2 p.m. with the very exciting and very important topic of the propaganda or Russian narratives in the countries around the globe. Please join, it will be really interesting, I'm sure. We have also a bunch of parallel events. Please follow the program on your badges. Thank you.
you enjoyed the lunch. So please have a seat again, and I ask all of you who do not have the interpretation set to take it, because this panel will be conducted in French, English, and we will have also Ukrainian interpretation. So if you are not speaking French, you might need the headset, at least for the part of our discussion. So please take these headsets, and we will start soon. So I'm glad to be a moderator of this panel. My name is Tatiana Pachonchik. I am representing the Human Rights Center ZMINA. We are a human rights organization based in Kyiv and working across Ukraine, and glad to be co-organizers of this event for the second time. And I would like to invite to this stage my 6 brilliant panelists. First is Raymond Aqua, Director of Research at Multimedia Group Limited from Ghana. So Mr. Aqua, please have a seat on the stage. Alim Aliyev, he is a Deputy Director of the Ukrainian Institute from Ukraine, my friend and colleague through many years, with whom we before worked in civil society, and he represented Crimea SOS many years ago. Our third speaker is Kierno Amadou Kamara. He is a publishing director of Guinea 114, author of the book on Russia's war against Ukraine, and he is from Guinea. So please, Mr. Kamara, take a seat. Our fourth speaker is Uria Fancelli, international politics analyst and author, and he is a political commentator for CNN Portugal from Brazil. Also, I would like to invite to this stage Brian Oruta. He is from Kenya, and he is senior digital reporter for the Star newspaper. As you see, we have many journalists and media professionals on this panel. And also, the last but not the least, I invite to the stage Dr. Swasti Rao. She's fellow at the Europe and Eurasia Center, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis from India. So please, Swati, take a seat with us. And we will start this panel, and during the next hour and a half we will be speaking about the Russian narratives which dominate across the globe, and how they are shaping the minds of people in different countries, and how this distorted information also has an impact on politics, and what we as Ukrainians, and also together with our friends and colleagues from other countries, what we can do with that, how we can reshape these narratives, because unfortunately we cannot bring all the people to Ukraine to show them what is happening here. And I would like to invite my first speaker. It's Alim Aliyev. We will start from him. And my question to Alim is the following. Alim, you work for the Ukrainian Institute. It's an institution that promotes Ukrainian culture abroad. And from the second hand, you are also a Crimean Tatar, and working from the very beginning of the occupation of Crimea with the situation of human rights, with debunking the myths, stereotypes. So I have 2 questions to you. The first question, when you work in different countries, what the most popular myths about Crimea do you encounter? And what Ukrainian Institute and Ukraine in general, and Ukrainian civil society, I think media, can do with use of cultural work to deliver information about Ukrainians, about Ukraine, about Crimea, about Crimean Tatars. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Tatiana. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear colleagues. It's an honor to be here and speak with you. My name is Alem Aliyev, and as Tatiana said, we are dealing with cultural diplomacy. We are trying to build bridges between Ukraine society and societies abroad through the culture, academia, communication, and also through the research and analysis. If we talk about the narratives and narratives about Crimea in different countries, I will just give a broader context about our activities last year. We started to work with countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And also, of course, we started to analyze the messages about Ukraine and particularly about Crimea in such country, and these regions and particular countries. And I just give a few highlights about the main disinformational narratives about Crimea in these regions. First, it's about anti-Western sentiment in Crimea. What it means that Russia frames the temporary occupation of Crimea as an act of self-determination, comparing it, if we talk about Africa, to African nations' liberation from colonial rule. And Russian officials emphasize that Crimea's return to Russia was based on the will of the so-called Crimean people, as seen in the controversial referendum in 2014. And the second narrative is about Russia presents the annexation of Crimea as an act of self-determination akin to African countries' struggle for independence. It seeks to draw parallels between its actions in Crimea and, for example, in Ghana, historical fight against colonialism. Yeah, what we see today. I'm not only the deputy head of Ukraine Institute, but I'm a Crimean Tatar, indigenous population of Ukraine. And for us, this war and this temporary occupation, it's our recolonization. It means that it's a new colonization of peninsula by the Russian Empire. And today the Russian state by itself is an empire. But their narratives, they try to turn and show that they're anti-colonial power, and today the Western countries trying to colonize Crimea also. One more narrative that important, that Russia frames the annexation as a sovereign issue, using to view the lens of territorial disputes. And for example, in different countries, issues between Russia and Ukraine, it's only internal issue of these countries, but not the issue of the international affairs. And what we do, if I can answer to your second question, what we do as a Ukraine Institute in such countries, first of all, when we start to work in these countries, we should understand with what the perspective we should work. Yeah? What the main narrative about Ukraine culture, about Ukraine history, and current situation in such countries. That's why we started our research in this country. Second, what's important is to build the long-term contacts and bridges between Ukrainian society, Ukrainian artists, Ukrainian scholars, and, for example, artists from Brazil, artists from South Africa or Indonesia. And our first projects, it's joint projects, for example, in Brazil, joint projects between Ukrainian artist Sasha Korban and Brazilian artist Eduardo Cobra in São Paulo. And we choose one topic that common for Ukraine and for Brazil also. It's a topic of the ecology, and for Ukraine it's about, of course, the ecocide. In South Africa, we worked with a topic of children and deportation of Ukrainian children. And it's very important also, the issue of children important for South African countries. In Indonesia, we start to work with the topic of multiculturalism and, of course, the topic of Crimean Tatars as indigenous people of Ukraine, because it's a story not about the migration of Muslim population in Europe, but it's a story about the native population of Muslim population in Europe. That's why the second, what is important to try to find this common ground between societies and common topics. And third, it's about human stories. We talk a lot the statistics, we talk a lot about the current situation, but we also should talk a lot about resistance and resilience of Ukrainian people. That's why we launched the communication campaign and launched the artistic campaign that gives more better understanding about the lives of these ordinary people in Ukraine. Last but not least, one of the main issue in academic sphere is the decolonizing of knowledge about Ukraine. And here we talk about Ukraine studies, you know, that together with permanent president and the fund, Presidential Fund for Education, we launched the Global Coalition for Ukraine Studies that should try to change this perspective and lines of learning Ukraine, not through Russia, for example, how it works in different countries, but through Ukraine. And I talk that now we have this period of reclaiming our voices. That's why I'm so happy that today we have a lot of people from different countries that help us reclaim these voices, but also build these bridges between our societies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is interesting how you select different also messages which might be relevant for some countries. I personally traveled to some countries in Africa and South America, and I think it's also not only about the working with some disinformation and propaganda narratives, but also with the history and the general awareness about the roots of this conflict and as invasion started from Crimea in 2014, general understanding about Crimea. For example, we met many people in different countries. These were journalists that were representatives of authorities from civil society. And when we asked people, whom do you think are natives, indigenous people of Crimea, they always replied Russians. So majority of them even didn't hear about Crimean Tatars, about this tragic history, what is happening now, how these people are facing this mass oppression nowadays again, as in the USSR times. So now we will switch to our guests from other countries, and we will speak how this is perceived by their societies in their respective countries through the lens of people living in these countries. And I would like to start from Ghana, actually the country I visited 2 years ago. in October 2022. And from that times, I remember that year Ghana has a huge inflation which very badly hit the economy, markets, and the life of average people in Ghana, farmers, just people keeping some households. And when we talked with people about this crisis, which of course was also affected by the disruption of the grain supply chains and the impact of the war on the global economy and markets, and people said that you know that it's also Ukraine is to blame in this situation. So my question is to Mr. Raymond Aqua, who is actually representing the Media Group Limited, Ghana's largest media conglomerates, which covers over 60% of the audiences in Ghana. In your work, which narratives are dominating about Ukraine, about Crimea, about the situation here, and how correct they are based to the real situation?
Thank you so much. And let me start from the point you made about, and because I said I was going to be truthful and say only the truth. First and foremost, between 2017 and 2019, the average GDP growth in Ghana was 7%. Fact. In fact, in 2019, Ghana's growth was one of the highest in the world, not just on the continent. Indeed, then COVID came. COVID year, it was 0.5%, not even at 1%. Then the next year, it started wobbling again. The government ran out of excuses. Yes, COVID was the main excuse for the low growth. Then the Hail Mary came from, at first, it was Russia attacking a country that is supplying us grains. That was the issue. Then with time, it changed to Ukraine's problems have become our problem. The executive president of Ghana, during his main State of the Nations address, told everybody that every single bullet hits directly our pockets. So what was a very distant problem became our problem too, even though we didn't know how we could help solve it. But that was not the most important conversation in Ghana. What was happening was that at the core, most people were made to believe, predominant Russian thinking, was that just like we fought for our own independence, the people of Crimea are fighting for their independence from Ukraine, not from Russia. And that Russia is helping them out in doing so. Now, that narrative to us is personal and important because, in fact, my ethnic group on 3 different occasions fought the British. They were able to colonize the, what they call it, the coastal people, but we within the Asante group, we didn't agree. Just yesterday, the British took the king of Asante and took him to the islands. The return of the king, its anniversary was celebrated just yesterday. So if any narrative says a grouping is fighting for their independence from Ukraine, we may not be able to send soldiers to go and help them. We may not be able to do anything beyond that, but we support a cause that says these are people fighting for their independence because we tried to do same some time ago. Now, when you extend that, the other narrative was also, well, when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, it's a private matter between 2 family members. There's an expression in my mother tongue that says, the tongue and the teeth, they live in the same area. They fight, but they resolve their problems. So we should not care about it. The very first day, the president of Ghana actually made a statement in support of Ukraine. Ghanaians were wondering, why is that your business in the first place? Why are you seeking to interfere and intervene in a matter that has nothing to do with you? Which of the brother side would you want to join? Then let's not get it wrong, because the academics in Ghana who believe that they are opposed to the West, this narrative is also fundamental, that Ukraine representing Western interests and Russia representing the rest of us, and the rest of us are not privileged Westerners. So why should we support any grouping like that? And to many people in Ghana, if it is not, it will be quite unfair to our founding fathers. It will be unfair to the lives of Kwame Nkrumah if we are seen supporting Western countries and their prosperous quest to amass wealth and spread their tentacles. Why is that our business? So that's also something that really tilted the scales of public opinion against Ukraine. But at the top of it, at the top of all of this, is that why should we care when first and foremost big-time Western countries are fighting a proxy war through Ukraine? In fact, the presumption is that the victim is rather Russia. And there were public lectures to portray that. For most people who can discern, for most people who can actually also read on their own, it's not, they can really separate the facts. But for a certain section of the population who were even opposed to their own government supporting Ukraine, they felt government has isolated itself from the people and was rather, as usual, pursuing a certain Western agenda. If you put this together, I insist that in the first few years of this war, not even way back from the 2014 years, the presumption was that Russia is right, Ukraine is wrong, and that there is nothing wrong with another narrative. There is nothing wrong with putting an area together. In fact, sometimes they even compare it to our quest to have a united Africa. That what is wrong with having everybody, especially when the language is almost the same, going back to join forces with their own. And that the current war is just a small price to pay for that reunification, which is important, which is needed, which is something that we should be doing even as Africans all together. That kind of narrative, and if people buy into it, they are justified because it makes sense and we can identify with those things. There is a political party that lost favor in Ghana in the 90s just because the leader of the political party asked South Africa to fight their own fight. Because our principle is that we, being the first nation, black African nation to gain independence, cannot fight against the independence of any other country. And that was spread out nicely to everybody. So I've just laid out about 7 scenarios where it was almost impossible to get Ukraine being, 1, the victim, 2, the ones that needed support, and 3, getting public sentiment in their direction. With time, and even today, it will be very strange for Ghanaians to say, oh no, we support Ukraine. The only time it became obvious to us there was a problem was that we heard of the numbers that were dying from Ukraine. And it was problematic for us. Regardless of how the sentiments were, it didn't make sense for a huge number of people to die as a result of whichever reunification, whichever independence quest that they had. So that is when I think sentiments started shifting in the direction of Ukraine. Had they done enough? No. is there still massive support for Russia? And I need to point this out. Even before 2020, we didn't think it was possible that Russia could be operating a troll farm from Ghana. So national security invaded the place. It was a big house with 16 people living there. Their job every day was to make sure that they spread propaganda on the internet. And sometimes it's not even targeted to Ghanaians, really. It was things that had nothing to do with us. The only problem the government had at the time was that as part of that was also sentiments that were opposing democracy, which then became a problem for locals. Because then it's not just about Ukraine. It's not just about the US. It's also about fighting a system of government which is still operating in Ghana, despite the difficulties with that system. So that's when government officially started opposing this. If you have seen or heard before, the president of Ghana met the US ambassador and told him that he should tell his government that in Burkina Faso, there's a mercenary group called Wagner operating there. We are worried about the tendency that they'll be coming to Ghana. So we have already put military people at the border because we fear that they will be extending to our country. It became a big issue for many people in Ghana too and elsewhere. But in terms of sentiments, this perhaps summarizes what has been the history of what Ghanaians have thought about, not only the aggression, but also how Russia has operated on the continent, perhaps on the blind spot of many people who are not taking that serious up to this point.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for these insights. Actually, I think that was very straightforward, but that was important also to hear how these narratives are being constructed. And that was actually my own impression when I was in Ghana. I remember, like, I was asking people how do they receive information, what is happening in Ukraine. Of course, something was covered by the local media, television, but people also mainly received the news from these big international TV channels and networks like CNN or BBC or others. But they said, and the coverage there was like reporting from Ukraine, more or less, you know, accurate and with standards. But at the same time, they said that in the social media, there are a lot of pro-Russian propaganda, but I didn't know that you have these troll farms in Ghana. You know, it's like it's very deeply infiltrated. But I would like also to move to our next speaker and speak about the experience of Guinea. And Kierno was in Ukraine. He visited Ukraine, Kyiv and Odessa last year in 2023. And after that, he wrote a book with his perception of the war of Russia against Ukraine. So, Mr. Kamara, can you share with us your observations and your thoughts how this war and the narratives are shaping the reality in your country?
Merci beaucoup, merci pour cette opportunité que vous me donnez. Et effectivement, j'ai eu le privilège. Brian qui est là, qui faisait aussi. Comme vient de le dire mon frère du Ghana, de découvrir sur le terrain.
So as the colleague from Ghana has duly said, we need to do what's going on. We need to update the knowledge into Ukraine. We can regret that here in Ukraine, we don't have people from that many African countries, and even my country, they do not have the Ukrainian vision of what's going on here. We only can get information from Western media and Russian media, which are strictly controlled by the Russian government.
And again, we should be mindful that they are overwhelming also, not only when presenting information about Ukraine in the African countries. And in order to clearly see what is happening actually in Ukraine and how Ukraine is perceived from the perspective of the African countries, frequently enough we hear that you should be supporting Russia, because once the Guinea gained its independence back in 1958, it immediately applied for support to the Soviet Union, which provided its support when France turned its back on us. And that time, there was a small number of citizens, of people in Guinea, that when it comes about the Soviet Union, it was not exclusively Russia, but Ukraine was part of it. But again, all of that was used in the terms of into humanitarian support, economic support, which was provided by Ukraine as part of that former Soviet Union. But again, a lot of articles have been published about those realities, but only at a later date, and it was not sufficient to provide us with a comprehensive understanding of that reality. And that's exactly what I described in my book, which in fact describes the relationship between Ukraine and Russian Federations, as well as the efforts made by Ukraine in order to build bridges of understanding and collaboration with the African countries, opening new embassies altogether. We will have all 20 of them in different African countries. In any case, when my books are published, some of the embassies I basically opening at that same time. In Cote d'Ivoire and Cameroon would be the most recent examples. So in any case, my visit was exceptionally fruitful and productive, helping me to better understand, granulate my understanding and the vision of this war. And we could clearly see that Russian armed aggression in Ukraine also relates to the African affairs, because the fight that Ukraine is carrying out is pretty much similar to what we had back in the 60s of the last century, which was the time when a number of African countries would be fighting the war for their own independence. And some of the territories were seized by superpowers, and we had to literally fight for our life, and not only survival, but life and independence, which exactly is what Ukraine is doing. And we do understand why Ukraine is requesting for additional weapons and support to be provided. And similar to that, diplomatic support should be provided by international community, which will be strengthening position of Ukraine and taking us closer to peace. On the other hand, I don't think that we should over and over again reiterate how that affects Africa, because that triggers inflation, that triggers economic difficulties, and Africa would be at the top of the list of the countries who will benefit from this war coming to the end. But in order to enable that, Ukraine must have the freedom and powers to make their choice.
And now we are going to hear about the experience of one more African country, Kenya, and I would like to invite to our conversation Mr. Brian Oruta, a journalist and the reporter from the Star newspaper, one of the Kenya's leading dailies, and which now also operates under the larger Radio Africa group. Hearing also our previous speakers from Guinea and from Ghana, are your experience and perception of your country is similar, and do you see these narratives are also dominating in Kenya, or what is the picture of this war in your country, and what challenges do you see?
I mean, the scenario is almost similar to almost all African countries, but now the only thing that looks different for my country is that the way they utilize the digital space to do this, to run this propaganda. I mean, they any little chance they get to push their narrative, they will do it. You wake up today, you go to your social media platform and say, all hail Putin. They will take screenshots of that message. They will distribute it. They will give their influencers. I believe they pay people to do that. You find influencers with millions of followers, hundreds of thousands of followers, talking about how great Putin is. All African countries are really struggling with the issue of propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation. Even us in newsrooms, that is what we do. Russians keep on devising ways of getting to the people. They want to get to the psychological aspects of people in most instances. For example, in my country, just last week, they announced over 4,000 scholarships, fully funded. You go to study in Russia, you'll get education in Russia, but what else will you learn from the Russian side? You wouldn't know what someone will learn. They offer scholarships for Russian language classes. This is a call they just do on their social media accounts. And when you look at the number of people who applied to join these free Russian classes, it's a lot. So, yeah, they are working so hard to get to share their culture and their influence and their ideologies with Africa. Yes.
Thank you, and also I would like to invite our next speaker and speak about the experience of Brazil. One more country I visited half a year ago, a beautiful country, and also talk a lot with local people. And my perception, at least my own from Brazil, is that this war is not on the media or public discourse. It's somewhere very far away, and is not dominating in the media landscape. And people in Brazil, they are in general very sympathetic, especially if we speak about the human cost of this war, about war crimes, deportation of children. But they know very little about it, and now it's more of their attention is paid to the war between Israel and Palestine. And this is also like dominating the Brazil's intervention at the UN level, also condemning these atrocities while they are not doing this in the situation of Ukraine. So my question is to Uria, is my perception correct? And what do you see and what can be done in Brazil? How can we work with Brazilian society?
Okay, first of all, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here again. Your perception is correct. It's a war that is not very widely talked about, but every time something major happens, as for example, a big strike or something, then people start talking about it again. I would like to read just a few headlines for you guys. Russia will do all it can to avoid a nuclear war, says Russia Chancellor. Ukraine has no chance to return their lost territories, says British media. Putin says that the Ukrainian conflict became global after the long-range missile attacks against Russia. Russia has the right to retaliate against military installations of other countries, says Putin. Putin accuses the US of participating in direct attacks, indirect Ukrainian attacks of long-range missiles. These are all headlines from a website that is called Brasil 247, which has 9.7 million visitors every month and was responsible for replicating 43% of the Sputnik content all over Brazil. That's in 1 year. We're talking about 1 year. So we can start seeing with these headlines how much Russian media and the Russian government has infiltrated the Brazilian media. They also tend to replicate this content. This content is replicated by influencers, because you have a lot of people in a highly polarized country talking about politics all the time. This polarization is explored by the Russian government, because when the country is so polarized, they can talk to the far right and the far left. With the former president, Jair Bolsonaro, for example, who visited Russia only a few days before the invasion, when most of the Western countries had already moved their diplomatic bodies outside Kyiv, he knew it was happening. He came here, he came to Russia anyway. He called Zelensky a comedian because he wanted to offend him. And yes, so that's also, I don't agree with earlier today there was a Brazilian congressman here that is very sympathetic to the Brazilian president. I don't think that he should be here. That's just my opinion, because he's not your friend. He's using the opportunity to be here just to project himself. So be careful with that, because he's in the side of the former Brazilian president who likes other authoritarian leaders such as Vladimir Putin. So we should be very careful who we invite to be here. Well, and the second thing is that you have like authoritarian leaders that admire Putin. That's why we see Trump, for example, also having good relations with Putin. But at the same time, Russia knows how to explore the left, because the Brazilian left, which is also represented by the current government, by President Lula, has this anti-American vision. So they want to question the current global order. So Russia now is able to speak with both extremes that represent the mainstream in Brazilian politics today. So they explore polarization, they pretend that they're partners with Brazil. The Russian ambassador in Brazil is very present in the Brazilian media. I have a number here. He was quoted 176 times, only in 2023. In September last year, he was interviewed by the main newspaper. So what does it mean? It means that the main media news outlets are also giving space to both sides of the story. And that's a big mistake by the media, because there are situations where there are no two sides of the stories, and this is one of them. Another example that corroborates that, when we had a pandemic, we had certain people talking against vaccines. You know, there was like this health denialism, there's environmental denialism, and this is political denialism. So the media, in their constant search for the label of independence, sometimes ends up making a mistake of giving the same space to both sides, but that shouldn't be done. That shouldn't be done. You can't give a front page to Ukraine and a front page to Russia at the same time, because only one version of that is right. So this is something that we could talk about how it could be sorted out. There's also this big spread of this narrative of disnazification of Ukraine that is highly spread all over Brazil, like justifying the Russian action here. Russia also explores Brazil's discontentment with the current global order by saying that it will support Brazil become one of the UN's permanent members at the Security Council. Yes, I think that was just a small introduction to tell you how it's been done, but I can say what we could do together. I met a few Ukrainian journalists here today. Why can't they co-author articles with us? Marina writes for important news medias in Brazil. I do it. So we can find ways to work together and defend this narrative, which is not only a narrative, which is the truth, we can show them if we work together. So I think this is very important. Another aspect, in Brazil, in my state, where I come from, there are over 600,000 Ukrainian descendants. 80% of them are in my state, Paraná. Why not mobilize these people as well? Because that way, the discourse will be coming not only from Ukrainians who will always be seen as outsiders, but from Brazilians. That's also a way that's something that could be explored. And I think, yes, Ukraine should strengthen its presence there, because Russia is doing that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your, especially for your ideas, what we can do with that. And yeah, I think the Ukrainian diaspora can do more in Brazil, at least from what I saw, unlike in other countries where Ukrainians are really very active and they are organizing demonstrations. They are also trying to dominate, to influence the public discourse in Brazil, maybe because it's the descendants of the Ukrainians who are now feeling more like Brazilians. But we met some, for example, MP from Santa Catarina County, where also a lot of Ukrainians live, and I think it's also an opportunity that can be used. But I would like to speak about one more country I never visited, but I dream to be there. India, a huge, also big power in its region. And I would like to ask Swasti how the Indian society perceives this conflict, and what is the attitude, what narratives are dominating, and what we can do with that. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. The first thing is that we are having a huge panel, and I'm very happy to see the participation of so many countries that we call non-Western. So first of all, congratulations to Crimea Global for bringing such diverse voices together. And I think the one common thread that you see everywhere is that most of the stories are the same, which is that when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war, I think the first casualty has been the truth, and that has been in many ways championed by the active Russian propaganda. As I was hearing to most of these panelists, you know, I would probably it would be equally applicable to my country, where you see that news headlines from Sputnik are reproduced without even any editing by a lot of major Indian news houses, or for example, a lot of these YouTube influencers with followers running in millions, because India is a country of 1.4 billion people, by the way, who just regurgitate the Russian propaganda, and that's how the situation is. So I think what I'm really struck about, and I've been taking notes also, is just how similar our own experiences as victims of the Russian propaganda. So I think that is something that we need, for me, that's a key takeaway here, one. The second thing is that, of course, when it comes to having a more informed discussion on the war, I think me as a scholar for last at least 3 years, much more directly, and before that I was working on European security, but last 3 years I've been working on the war directly, has been to bring about a more nuanced and a well-informed discussion about what is happening in Ukraine. Because yes, you do see that there are certain points or certain characteristics in which the Russian propaganda works, and to my mind, if I can sort of tell you what are the 4 or 5 most important points that you see the Russian propaganda operating upon, one is that Russia is actually the victim, and this is when the collective West has pushed Russia for this war because of NATO's eastward expansion. Poor Russia never wanted the war. Ukrainians are Russian cousins, and Putin is a man who always wanted to unite with the white Russians and the little Russians, you know, all that. So basically it is Russia that is the victim. That, I think, is one major key takeaway that I see in so many of these repetitive propaganda handles. The other is that with respect to the war, the Russian economy is actually doing very well, because most of the data is actually classified. I myself work on Russian data, and when I go to the Russian Ministry of Finance, for example, to see how the sanctions have impacted the oil revenues or the hydrocarbon revenues that have been falling from 2022 to 2023 to 2024, I see that most of the data and the sources are already classified. And because Russia is operating as a war economy, the perception that is then exported to these countries, a country that I also come from, is that, see, collective West is having such a problem. Germany is slowing down. The Europeans are not able to help Ukraine enough. But you look at Russia, all alone Russia is really being this fortress Russia, where the Russian economy is doing so well, which is a blatant lie. Okay, those who work on it know that Russian economy is in deep trouble, but it doesn't come out. The other third point is on Crimea. I must mention it. The Russian propaganda operates on the fact, especially in India, that Crimea has always been Russian. I think we have discussed a lot about it. But I'll tell you why this propaganda is so successful in India. This propaganda is more successful in India because of this false equivalence that Russia has created between Crimea and Kashmir. Because India has these territorial sensitivities on the region of Kashmir, of course, which the history is entirely different. I mean, this is like comparing apples with oranges. But just because there is a territorial sensitivity that India has, Russia has always manipulated that sensitivity by creating this false equivalence with Crimea, saying that, listen, we support you on Kashmir, you support us on Crimea. And therefore, you see some very mainstream Indian scholars actually advocating a very unconvincing line of thought for the Russian conflict, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which is, let's have a ceasefire. Why? Because a ceasefire worked in Kashmir. Why? Because the roots go back to this false equivalence. And one of the reasons why I think when the representatives of the Crimea platform tried to come to India and the visas were denied was again because of the same thing, the sensitivities on Kashmir. So what you need to do, yesterday I talked about dehyphenating, right? I think what the Crimean people really need to do is to dehyphenate this false equivalence that no, Crimea is not Kashmir, for God's sake, stop comparing apples with oranges. Finally, I think there's also a lot of other things about Russia as invincible. Of course, everybody has mentioned that. I would just repeat it, that yes, in fact, people in India actually start this discussion by saying why the West is actually letting Ukrainians get killed in the war. You know, you are only delaying the inevitable because it is impossible to defeat Russia on its home turf. So this kind of an invincibility in the Russian narrative and the fact that Putin remains a master strategist is something that every one of here, each one of us here has probably gone through, and this is something which is already there. Finally, if I would be allowed to tell you what really I think can counter this Russian propaganda, also from an Indian perspective. The first thing that I would say is that, yes, don't look at specialists. Specialists like me obviously know what is happening, but if you want to reach out to the larger public, the larger political discourse, the larger strategic discourse, I think it is much better to have a Russia plus one strategy, which is that fine, let the dynamics of Russia as a declining power play itself out because of the war in Ukraine, but if you go to Indians and say that Russia is a bad actor, Russia is the bad guy, basically what happens is that you start hitting the wall, because at that moment they close their minds down. And I think one of the things, I am on social media, I get trolled left, right and center for actually trying to state the truth, and I'm sure a lot of people here would, share those experiences. So the one thing is that go for a Russia plus one strategy. Instead of showing how bad it is to align with Russia, show how positive it is to align, align as in cooperate with Ukraine or try to understand the Ukrainian situation and also the larger West. That's the first thing. The second thing, of course, I have to mention decolonizing of this knowledge about Ukraine, because you mentioned that, and I completely agree that Russia has been very, very successful in appropriating the entire historicity of its Soviet times, which is that now today when you talk about Russia, India says, oh, we had such great relations with Soviet Union, but then hello, Ukraine was a part of Soviet Union, isn't it? But it's Russia that has completely appropriated that historicity. So I think that decolonizing of the knowledge production, something like Professor Mridula Ghosh is doing very well, that needs to be mainstreamed much more. We need to obviously build more efforts with the scholarly community, with the journalistic community. I think very good suggestions have been given here. One thing that I would like to mention here is the European Union's effort at disinformation, countering disinformation in the Indo-Pacific. And I believe that in the EU delegation in India is very active in that. The only thing that I tell them is that keep China in the front, keep Russia at the back. Because if you keep Russia at the back, again, the same thing happens, that you can't really discuss it beyond a certain point. So the EU efforts and the Ukrainian efforts to sort of mainstream this discourse should really connect these dots. It shouldn't be disconnected, because you really have to connect the dots. So EU efforts at countering the Russian propaganda must join hands with the Ukrainian efforts. Now, some two very practical takeaways, which is that I genuinely feel that the business community, that Indian business community is present here. I have met so many of them, and one is sitting right here with us. I think the entire investment ecosystem and how, for example, the Odessa ports have actually been now exporting much more than the pre-war levels. Those kind of stories really need to come out, because yesterday I was talking about more practical solutions, and this is something that I would really ask the Indian business community to do here, with, I would say, with a more clear-cut agenda. How do you reach out to the Indian business community out there in India? How do you convince them? Do you need the media to do that? Do you need the scholarly world to do that? Do you need, I mean, you have to sort of take this conversation forward, because when I have met these people, I feel that they have never left Ukraine. They've always said that they will never leave the country, even if it is a country at war, because the country has given them so much in the last 30 years. And I think this kind of a situation needs to be brought out better, and the kind of potential that it holds. Then yesterday I mentioned the military-industrial complex. I would still stand by that and say that there is immense potential in the private defense sector units in India, not the public defense sector units, okay? The private defense, actors are looking at, creating these ties, especially when it comes to drone technology, and Ukraine remains to be a master at sort of that evolving the drone technology. So I think those kind of things are very important. And ultimately, I would say, I've already mentioned a lot of things. Yesterday, I mentioned how important is, for example, somebody like Anurag, who's a youth, and can be one of the major messengers of what really Ukraine stands for. But I think finally, all this really needs to sort of connect the dots better in order to make a difference. Because like I said, that it's not that the information is not there. The point is that information, there is a smoke screen. And how do you sort of remove that smoke screen is perhaps everybody's challenge here. And lastly, you're most welcome to India whenever you want to come there. And we would look forward to your visit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your speech, and to all our distinguished panelists. I think we did a very quick snap overview of the globe and the dominating narratives, which from one side are similar in many countries, that Crimea was always Russian, that it's NATO provoked Russia to attack Ukraine, etc., etc. But also we see how the Russian propaganda is used to, to work with these sensitive issues for some countries, with some historical peculiarities in different countries. And now I have an honor to invite all of you, our room, to the dialogue. We have 20 minutes. I think I did my job good as a moderator. So we will have a lot of interaction, and I ask you to raise your hand, to represent yourself, and to ask your question. If you have some specific question to one of our guests, please say to whom. And I ask my colleagues with the mic in the room to give the mic to those willing to speak. Maybe we will have several questions, yes, and then we will answer, because I see a lot of hands. Who is with the microphone? Who can help? Okay, then I, as a moderator, will come.
Hello, everybody. I am Professor Garань from Kyiv Mogila Academy, the oldest university in Ukraine. And actually, I have not the question, but a small correction, but I think very, very important. Russia is talking about long-range missiles. And by repeating that, we are falling into the Russian trap. Why? You can check it on Google. What is long-range missiles? According to American and Russian qualification, how to say it. It's more than 5,000 kilometers, long range. The middle range is from 1,000 to 5,000. And ATACMS, which we now received permission to use, is 300 kilometers. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a mic or not yet? Okay, Marco.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Ferraro. I am a program officer in the EU delegation here for media and strategic communication. I have been in this country for many good years and now for 3 not happy ones. I feel very much part of what is being going on apart from my professional affiliation. I have a specific question, but I also want to say that my accent probably gives it away that I am Italian. My country, part of the European Union, NATO and everything else, but the media system has many of the same narratives that you've been mentioning today. Equivalence between Russia and the Soviet Union, Ukraine was like didn't exist, etc., etc. Your experiences have been kind of a cold shower, but a necessary cold shower. I think people who work on countering disinformation like me since 2022, we have been exposed to this cold shower, and the cold shower is that we stand for transparency in information, pluralism of information, facts, and human rights. But it seems to a large extent that after 2022, not many people outside of Europe were caring about this. The silver lining, I think, after 2 years of coping with the situation, is that wherever we look, we see that there are some instinctive alignments of audiences. So traditionally, there are exceptions, but traditionally, let's say, post-neo-fascist everywhere, they tend to admire Russia, post-neo-Stalinist the same, but to some extent, we see that our messages of support for Ukraine's independence, democracy, rule of law, rules-based international order, sorry, I'm making this long, I'm aware, I'll keep it, I'm trying to conclude. Support for a rules-based international order are generally messages that are instinctively understood and also reproposed by civil society, human rights groups, activists who stand for individual freedoms, etc. This is in Europe, even in my own country, which I take as a kind of difficult case. Even in my own country, we see that the pro-Ukraine stance is instinctively understood by people who advocate for individual freedoms, rule of law, etc. How is it in your respective country? Sorry to take a long time. This is the question. Can we count on the fact that even in your countries, there are at least these segments of the audiences, civil society, human rights group, etc., who understand what is going on? Meaning, can we count on them? Yeah, thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yes, in French. Je remercie en tout cas les panélistes pour leur brillante intervention. Et je pense que pour les pays africains, on partage un facteur quand même important, c'est
The African countries, we do understand, and we usually have this as a particular feature, which is sensation of the lack of credible information about Ukraine. But the important thing is that Ukraine is disclosing itself to African countries, to the third countries of any bloc or outside that bloc. So an important area that we're touching upon is misinformation, because this propaganda machine, which is so heavily deployed by Russia, including in Africa. They also rely on social media, TikTok, and others. And yes, information is channeled broadly and generating respective messages to different audiences. And speaking of the TikTok as a platform, when you're trying to track information about the war between Russia and Ukraine, the impression is made that Ukraine is devastated and is beaten down to the ground literally. But also, the voice of Ukraine should be clear and loud, particularly in the African countries, especially with the background of this food crisis, which was so painfully essential in different countries. We heard from different panelists today about the price rising, inflation processes, and other economic damage done as the result of that. So this is important to share objective information with the African countries, especially with the broader audience of young Africans, young people in particular, because they are very active in social media, but on the other hand, they have lack of access to the current transparent information. So my appeal to you is to think of those channels, of those messages, which will make our stand stronger, which will empower us to fight with this propaganda. Because if we lose this war to propaganda, we will be losing other wars as well. So I'm committed to make that contribution, but I also invite all of you to join our efforts, but also invite you to broader discussion. How can we merge our efforts and make ourselves stronger in order to win it?
And then we will hear some reflections of our speakers, and then if you have time, we will have more questions from the room. Please, this lady, yes.
Thank you. Je vous remercie pour aller dire.
I do believe
but I think you'll forgive me because that's something too important to miss. So when a man attacks a woman, when we're talking about sexual violence, when there is a lot of victims that are not they don't feel comfortable to come out and speak up about what they suffered. And when one brave woman that's suffering a lot comes and says something about this, a lot of other people come up, a lot of other women feel empowered to take a stand and raise their voices against the aggressor. What I'm seeing here is a lot of countries that have been threatened and target of misinformation and disinformation. And I was listening to the stories of Brian, for instance, and thinking how the Brazilian scenario is also very similar to that. And I was thanking our colleague here because I think it's really important that we share experiences and knowledge and know-how to combat that. We're talking about very different countries, but we can build bridges and cooperation among them. So just to say, I'm sorry, it's more of a comment than a question, but Russia is also financing language schools in Brazil so that people can learn Russian. I had no idea about this. I was talking to an expert on propaganda in Brazil, and she told me this, and I was like, oh my God, I had no idea. They are financing exchanges of people to come to Brazil and study because, as Urian said, Sputnik and RT are very spread out there. We, maybe from our academic bubbles, journalistic bubbles, we don't know this, but there's a lot of Telegram channels spreading misinformation. And just to finish, this week, a very well-known reporter in Brazil from Folha de São Paulo, which is the biggest magazine, the biggest newspaper in Brazil, went illegally to Russia to tell the other side of the war. That was really infuriating for us. It got on several coverages. I'd say like at least 6 articles were published in this newspaper. And
let's say his name. Let's say his name.
Okay, Igor Zhilau is his name, we could publish a counter piece on this series of reports from Igor Zhilau. The piece obviously did not reach a lot of people. The newspaper censored the name of the reporter, so Igor Zhilau is not criticized. It's so obviously for interests of the newspaper. But what I'm trying to say about this is that at least Ukrainian embassy in Brazil, we posted the text that about criticizing Igor Zhilau coverage on the war, and I know that what Russia does in Latin America is they echo each other. So if Lavrov says something, the embassies, all the Russian embassies in Latin America are gonna echo that and repost that. So we have to build communities of knowledge and support to spread out our voices. Otherwise, we get suffocated and drowned on disinformation sea. So thank you for your speeches.
Thank you very much. Now we will have a quick reflection from our panel to the questions we receive, and then we will get back to you. So please, colleagues, if someone of you wants to have a floor, please. Yeah, Uri.
I'd like to take Marco's question because we have some similarity. I also worked at the EU delegation in Brazil, and I covered a little bit of what the media section. I think you asked if there are segments in our countries that understand what's at stake. I think so, but still, they're facing difficulties within their country. So, for example, I don't think that only the approach towards defending democracy is enough today, because we can see democracy threatened even in Europe. For example, we saw in Germany, the Alternative für Deutschland is gaining traction. It's a more pro-Russian party, and it's winning the regional elections in certain parts of the country. We see other more authoritarian parties and political figures rising to power. So I think we must find other common ground. It's something that I already said yesterday. So you mentioned that in Brazil people are sympathetic towards the humanitarian situation. So let's publish, let's show what's exactly it's happening, the atrocities, how young people are dying, how women are dying and are being raped by Russian soldiers. And I think that's added to other fields of cooperation, economic cooperations, highlighting the fact that Ukraine, such as in Brazil as well, they have common objectives in the longer term. I think that's something we can work for. Unfortunately, only turning to democracy is no longer enough when democracy itself is in crisis now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Just a minute.
Right.
And to show you how Russians are not sleeping, I mean, the Putin administration is not taking any chances to do this. When we visited here with Theano Camara last year, after we had left to our various countries, one of us from Angola, he said the ambassador of Russia to Angola visited their offices, and he brought with him a whole lot of books that say how good Russia is and how bad Ukraine is, because of the stories that he had published from the trip that we had here. So Ukraine, there is a lot of work that needs to be done to stop this aggressor from growing more roots into more African countries and Southern Asia, Southern America, and all other parts that they are trying to get. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Swasti?
I just wanted, because I saw Professor Ghosh, putting up her hand so many times, and I genuinely want to hear what she has to say. She is the only Indian woman that has been in Ukraine for the last 30, 40 years. She speaks Ukrainian, she speaks Russian, of course, alongside English, and her work on post-colonial project of how the Ukrainian identity is important and something that has inspired me no end. So I really want to know what you have to say. Yes, yeah. I think she would need the mic from somewhere, so just if you could give her the mic there. Yes.
Yeah, so. Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for appreciating whatever humble work we could do with a lot of colleagues and not myself alone. My question, referring to the topic of the discussion, is that 2 points perhaps needed to be added, is the role of the government and the political parties in India. Let me concentrate on my country. As a democracy, I do believe that the government has some say when it sends the tax police to the BBC offices, but it refuses to close Russia Today when West says close it down. More than that, Sputnik opened its media organization recently, and we had a gala opening ceremony with the presence of Dmitry Kiselyov in India. Everybody in Ukraine knows who is Dmitry Kiselyov, how he undermined Ukraine and Ukraine's sovereignty, even when there was no war. Even when there was nothing. I don't need to explain who is Dmitry Kiselyov to all Ukrainians. And on this backdrop, I would like to have a question. The role of political parties. In India, the political parties are siphoned off from foreign policy. It's a handful of policy think tanks which are close to the government, definitely. You know, they are not expressing necessarily very open opinion, even in academic institutions. So I do believe that the journalism schools and the academia, they have a role to play in shaping the information space, because we have social media today, we have many other things. I really thank Dr. Rao for exposing a lot of that, but I believe that you would agree with me that the role of political parties and that of the government, with the very serious situation that we have in proposing multi-alignment and all kinds of policies, that cannot be an argument to allow mass-scale misinformation of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to answer this question or reflection? Yeah?
I mean, I don't have much to add. All I would say is that, of course, your reading is correct, and I don't expect audience here, in Ukraine, to be really in the right know-how of how exactly the political spectrum in India is today. But yes, we do have a leader, a prime minister who's running a third term, who's perceived as a conservative right-winger, and one of the other propaganda successes by Russia is that Russia is also somewhere equated the fact that conservative right-wing is very pro-Russian in India. Anywhere else in the world, you would think that, okay, conservatives would be more neoliberal in their approach, but not so in India. So that's something that I agree with. But very quickly, with how that can be changed, Professor Ghosh, I think both of you and I would agree, and we've talked about it so much, that it is really difficult to somewhere change the mindset of those that have created or made a career out of Russia-India bonhomie. And that runs in the bureaucracy, that runs in academia, that runs in journalism. But what I can say now is that the average Indian today is much more worried about his or her economic well-being. They're much more worried about whether India's economic success story continues or not. And frankly, they are more worried about what China is capable to doing to us on the border, because we have a long-standing dispute with China. And lastly, I would just say that I think kudos to Ukrainian defenders who have also showed that the Russian weapons that we thought were indispensable or inevitable, that we thought were invincible, are not really that invincible. So, and a quick, a repercussion of that is that, frankly, the professional Indian armed forces have not really placed a new order with Russia and ever since the war in Ukraine began, even though Russia remains our biggest defense supplier. So I think there is a lot of change already. If you were to scratch the surface and go beyond the political rhetoric, you would already see that today India's most important strategic partner in the US. But at the same time, I would agree that this does not amount to saying that the political opinion also is changing, right? So I think that would take some time and we have to keep at it. So it's a work in progress.
Thank you. And the floor goes to Alim and then Raymond.
I try to be short, yeah. To be honest, last 30 years, we haven't built the systematic relations between our countries. But we really have this shift last 2 years. Even this conference, even the new communications strategy by MFA for Latin America and Africa coalitions of Ukraine experts, and this exchange really works. But also when we talk about the grain, you know, this campaign grain from Ukraine, from the Ukraine side, yeah, when we stress about the global role of Ukraine in the trade. But when we talk about Crimea, I just give the latest news from Crimea, and I want to use this tribune to talk about it. This morning, all of Crimean Tatars and a lot of people from Crimea and in Kyiv also concerned about one news. Yesterday, one of the journalists from Ukraine, she's the editor-in-chief of only one children's magazine, Ediye Muslimova, forcibly kidnapped in Crimea by FSB. And during next few days, this case can be a new case of political prisoner in Crimea. But Russia, of course, will show this case as a fight against terrorists and extremists. That's why today I hear a lot of journalists. I ask to cover this topic, because when we talk about disinformation and about fighting all of this Russian propaganda, it's one of the main live cases that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Raymond and then to Kierno.
In 1963, Kwame Nkrumah asked a question to a forum like this: who is the enemy? And his response was that the enemy might not necessarily be the people you are fighting today. In Africa today, and I would say the chunk of, for example, in Ghana, you cannot convince Ghanaians that you are fighting for democracy is the reason why they should support or they should be sympathetic towards any cause. They'll be very suspicious of you. You cannot convince them that this is also an ideological war. But what will get them convinced is that this is a fight to stop the killing of a group of people who have done absolutely nothing against anybody. That is humanitarian, it is sensible. Every proper human being would identify with that cause. Why is it so? If you want to convince, say, and Ghanaian academics are predominantly left people, they are left of the center. Historically, it makes sense for them to be, and they are suspicious of the West because there's evidence to back that suspicion. What convinces Ghanaians more to identify with any proper cause is stop killing people who have done nothing to you and live and let us live. That has been a very strong argument in '63. It remains a strong argument in 2024. So yes, you will fight misconception. And again, today, there's a lot more fight about what Russia is able to do on the continent. Afrobarometer's most recent rounds suggest Africans are believing less in democracy. They are entertaining the ideas that other systems are better than what we experimented over the period. So it is not easy just saying that, oh, well, that is the bad guy, especially when that expression is coming from a certain Western country. We know his history, including ones that have elected Donald Trump as president, quite frankly. So we also have an understanding of what's happening. It should make sense that you also appreciate that that support will come in through proper education of the people. But I believe the biggest argument for anybody to back a cause is that it doesn't make sense to kill human beings merely because you can do so, merely because you want to be bigger, merely because you are a bigger nation and you are irrational in your engagements. That gets a lot of people on board. And I must also say that this is my first time in Ukraine. I have had family members who are schooling here and all of that. But I have received more than 5 invitations to Russia that I have not been able to honor. I mean, proud, no, I'm not, because of circumstances anyway. No, not because I didn't want to go. I am saying so, but it's also unfair to ask a nation that's being bombarded to spend quality time and energy fighting misinformation. So it's our collective responsibility to help out. After all, most of us, we are all members of the United Nations. Is it not so? It's our collective responsibility to help out. I feel deep within me, it's irrational to say the victims should do more in educating people. A lot of pressure on the same group of people. When I go to the Ghanaian, Ukrainian embassy in Ghana, it's a simple building with about 2 or 3 people within the building. I'm not expecting them to be extraordinary. If it was an attack on Ghana, I wasn't going to expect Ghana to be extraordinary. Let's stop this activity of making victims look like they are the problem, and that they should be doing more, and that they should be spreading out. They should be educating more. Really? It is questionable that we do what is right. And what is right means reporting right. What is right means standing for the right thing to be done. It has nothing to do with ideology. It has everything to do with humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we will hear now the last words from Kierna, and we will wrap up this panel because coffee break has started.
Ok. Je voudrais juste...
I would like to say that among the ideas that exist everywhere, including Ukraine, there is the narrative that Africa, by default, belongs to Russia, which is not true. Yes, indeed, there are many more Russian embassies than Ukrainian embassies, but I would not say that Russia has conquered African countries. In my country, there is a very good example. We read that a Russian minister came to ask for a visit, but then there was a statement from our ministry saying that sorry, our country is not ready to provide these exceptions for the mining industry of the Russian Federation, which they wanted to get so much, which shows that we are actually capable to try and repel the ideas that Russia wants to impose. So we have the capacity to repel Russian ideas. And some people have this kind of neutral stance with regards to this war, and I understand it's also typical for our state, but we don't want to end up in a system where we'll be just scared to tell the truth about Russia. And my book is dedicated to that, why we have to take the risk, why we have to tell the truth about Russia. It's important. And indeed, it's important to help African media, African civil society revise their opinion and their ideas about Russia. They might have knowledge, they might not have not enough knowledge to see what's going on here, but Ukraine is taking effort, is trying to talk to people of our countries, and we need to support this. Ukraine is telling about the grain shipments, and Ukraine has been telling about the trilateral agreement with the UN, and everyone says, oh, it was Russia's goodwill. But there was also Ukrainian goodwill that despite the terrible war, Ukraine keeps exporting grain. And Russia unilaterally decided to just leave the grain deal. So once again, we need to do more to support the efforts of Ukraine, and we need to win the audience.
I cannot take more questions from the room. You can speak with our guests during the coffee break. I would like to thank all our panelists for their enlightening speeches, and not only for showing us some, sad situation with dominating narratives, with disinformation propaganda, but with many, many ideas what we can do, and especially what we can do together, how we can use culture, how we can create some mutual projects, how we can publish op-eds, joint op-eds. Uri, I would like to partner you and
we're gonna do that
publicize something for Brazilian media. So, colleagues, now it's a time for a break, and the next panel will be connected to this one because it will be about the Soviet heritage in the non-Western countries. Thank you.
Dear guests, we're going to start the panel in several minutes. Some of our speakers are going to speak Ukrainian, so please, if you need an interpretation, grab the equipment on the entrance of the room.
Добре, добре. Без проблем. Так, давайте останні, чи ви хочете бути останні? Добре.
Ми почнемо з посла Микитенка, потім Олег Панов. So we're going to start this panel. Other participants of the conference are approaching. So first of all, I would like to thank you for being here till now and for visiting the conference. And it would sound not very humble, but I think that this panel is the most interesting one. Because the topic that we're going to discuss today is under-researched, and it's almost has not been discussed in the Ukrainian public sphere, in the informational space, but it's really important. And before introducing our dearest speakers, I would like to say that this issue popped up this year when we had a visit to Indonesia, and we talked to some of the representatives, like public opinion leaders, and they were claiming about their they were telling about their sorry. About their sympathy towards Russian Federation, arguing that Russia gave us, for instance, the mosque in Jakarta, which is the biggest mosque in Southeast Asia, or Russia provided us with a stadium, with a huge stadium. It's great. And when we discussed it further with our diplomats, it appeared to be that it's not Russia, of course. It was during Soviet times, and many Ukrainian engineers, many Ukrainian constructors, they participated in this building. And it's not Russia, of course, but that was the participation of larger number of peoples that were at the time in the Soviet Union. So, and we understand that there were lots of projects that Soviet Union implemented in the countries of Africa, especially maybe, and in Asian countries, maybe less in Latin America. However, we might not know so well about that. Maybe it's time to claim Ukrainian ownership on all that heritage. But why it's complicated for us, maybe it's an explanation for our international guests. Because we are now going through the decommunization. We try to get rid of Soviet heritage that was really painful for Ukraine. We survived genocide, we survived repressions, etc. But can we distinguish somehow this heritage in the countries of the so-called global south, which is an argument that is used by Russia in order to get sympathy from the side of these countries, and our own painful internal process of decommunization and colonization when it comes to Russian Federation. So now I will introduce the guests that are going to speak today about all this issue from the perspective of their experience and their a kind of academia also background. So I will introduce them as they sit. On my left is Dr. Mridula Ghosh, Associate Professor at the National University of Kyiv Mahila Academy and the Board Chair at the East European Development Institute. Ms. Mridula is well known in Ukraine, I think, so thank you for joining. We have also Professor Alexei Harань, who is a professor of comparative politics at the University of Kyiv Mahila Academy and the research director of the Democratic Initiative Foundation, representing Ukraine, of course. Then we have Ambassador Yevhen Mikitenko, who is an advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine and former ambassador in like many countries, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, United Arab Emirates, Sudan, Qatar, Egypt. So thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us today. We have Dzvinka Kachur, who is the Vice President for Africa of the Ukrainian World Congress. Ms. Dzvinka joined us. We're lucky to have her because she came to Ukraine from South African Republic to participate in the events related to 1,000 days of Russian full-scale invasion. And last but not least, we have Oleg Bilogolos, who is the director of the Center for National Resilience Studies, political expert, diplomat, and charge d'affaires of Ukraine in Kenya in 2008 to 2010. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists for the beginning to encourage them. And first of all, I will give the floor to the person that is the most experienced here, Ambassador Mikitenko. And of course, given your huge experience in diplomacy and the regions where you were posted as an ambassador, but also on other positions, diplomatic positions, what can you tell us, maybe just a little bit, some information that we can understand what is the level of engagement of Ukrainians in all those projects? Were there any particular projects that you were somehow like participating in as an ambassador, I mean, and interacting with Ukrainians that were there within those projects? So, and of course, the question that I will ask all the panelists is whether we as Ukrainians have to claim our ownership within this project to gain more support in the countries of the Global South. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Maria. Really, it's a pleasure to be here this night. But as we are on the Ukrainian soil, I'd like to speak Ukrainian, please. Thank you.
First of all, you are quite right, Madam Maria, when suggesting that since the time of the Soviet Union times, Ukraine was, and Ukrainians were, represented and involved in those regions, including Africa as well as Middle East as well, and the Central East as well. And this was quite obvious to me as the Arabist, as the expert in affairs of the Arabic countries, going back to 1976 and 1977 as well, when I was employed as a regular interpreter at a construction contract of a Soviet company which was working in, imagine where, Yemen, with irrigation system development. Back then we had quite many Russians, Kazakhs, but also many Ukrainians involved. But take my word for it, back then, and today as well, today is less than back then, but all of the Arabs and Africans would be calling all of the expats or coming from the Soviet Union, calling us Russi, the Russians, because they were not aware of existence of such countries like Ukraine, Belarus, or Kazakhstan. Time passed before they actually learned that there were different countries, different nations, different people, different languages, and so on. In other words, Yemen, that would be the start, next to the Hussites, at the border between Yemen and Saudi Arabia. We lived there, we worked there, we made friends with Yemens, we still rely on those communication channels, and they are still using those dams which were built back then, so you can imagine the quality of that construction. But I also would like us to come closer in history to the modern age and to tell you about the country which is quite interestingly located both in Africa and Asia. Can you guess the name of that country? Right, you are. Egypt. I believe everybody knows the Asad al-Ali, as the Arabs call it, the dam in Aswan. Asad al-Ali is translated as the high dam. The height is 111 meters, while the height of the Cheops pyramid is a bit higher, 140 meters. But it took hundreds, if not thousands, of Ukrainian construction workers, primarily engineers, coming from Ukraine to build that dam in Soviet times. It was started in 1960 and finished in 1970. And there was a lot of equipment invested into that Aswan dam, most of that manufactured namely in Ukrainian factories at the time. But let us also remember the city. All of you who visited Cairo do remember there's a city called Helouan. It was the location for the biggest steel-making enterprise in Africa. And construction and then commissioning it into use was also made with involvement of Ukrainian engineers and equipment coming from Zaporizhia and other cities and manufacturing sites within the territory of Ukraine.
З Єгиптом вже коли ми стали.
But I also remember the time of our cooperation with Egypt as we became an independent state, which was a very interesting historical period, because Egypt was the first among both African and Asian countries which have reached for very remarkable scope of trade balance, 2 billion annually in common trades, including supplies coming from Ukraine to Egypt. Different types of supply, starting with airplanes manufactured in Kharkiv, our construction. These would be Antonov 26. I do remember 3 vessels shipped there, and Mr. Andronenko, our ambassador, he knows the AN-26 perfectly well. Most frequently, these were used in the military sector. I don't know how is it going in Kharkiv currently, but Mr. Melitzer, who was managing that enterprise at the time, he came with one of that planes for the handover ceremony. But these are probably few people who know or remember, so please be reminded that Egypt was one of the first, both African and Arab countries, who launched a satellite into the space. And it was EgyptSat satellite, EgyptSat-1. It was manufactured at Pivden Mash factory. And I had the honor and pleasure of watching this satellite being assembled and then being transported to Baikonur, and then at Baikonur launch grounds it was launched into the space. It was actually carried on board of a Ukrainian rocket. It was a satellite aimed at exploration of the surface and environmental and aerial footage, but its resolution was high enough to make the footage with discrete resolution of 1 meter. Later on, there were more advanced technologies and other satellites launched, including the neighbors and competitors of Egypt, but at that time, Egypt was the first. And we helped the Egyptians to better study their own ground. Another thing of which probably most of us are unaware, it would be 10, almost 12 years that there is Naftogaz of Ukraine functioning quite efficiently in Egypt. I was at that contracting agency, that would be Alamashuish, the desert, where this company is located with its operations, and there are 30, maybe 40 Ukrainian engineers taking shifts, because this is quite a challenging place to live and work. But we're helping Egypt to extract natural gas. Following extraction, it's distributed like you should with such kind of produce. And again, this list can be continued. I could tell you more, but instead let me make a break and instead hand over the floor to the rest of our esteemed speakers. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
That you were just telling, I think it's pretty unique. I don't know if it was published, probably not. And it's a real challenge to get any information out about that. And thank you so much for telling us that. And we hope that you can tell us more. And now I would like to give the floor to another diplomat, to Mr. Oleg Belokolos, who has also the diplomatic experience of working in Africa, but also he is a researcher. And I'm wondering what you, Mr. Oleg, can tell us on this matter. Maybe you've made some researches in Africa specifically, or maybe you talked to some people. By the way, sorry, just a little, just to say that one of our fellow colleagues, when we were looking for the speakers, and we were talking to her, because she's engaged with one of the research institutions, she just occasionally told us that her father was engaged in building the roads in Syria, and her grandfather was engaged in building the roads in Indonesia. So, but of course, these people now, they cannot tell about that more, about their experience, because one of them, he's not alive anymore, another one is pretty, like he's not able to share this. But I mean, I feel pain because we're missing all that information. So Mr. Oleg, can you maybe bring some more information to this picture for us?
Good evening. Thank you very much for this kind introduction, for inviting me. And I would like to start with one very short quotation from the speech of Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic during the general discussion in the UN General Assembly in 1967. The Ukrainian SSR supports all decisions of the UN General Assembly aimed at the fastest possible elimination of colonial regimes. We stand for the immediate granting of independence to the peoples of the colonial territories. And I would like to say that I will confirm that that's not only words. Actually, the USSR started active development of economic relations in Africa in 70s, and as of 1979, the USSR had already trade agreements with 38 African countries. And the volume of Soviet African trade increased from 49 million rubles in 1955 to 1,671 million rubles in 1979. That's 33 times more. And 90% of all export volume was finished products and industrial goods. I will explain to you why it's so important for our discussion today. Soviet Union also built facilities for various purposes in Africa. In particular, as of January the 1st, 1980, 275 facilities had already been commissioned or implemented in Africa, of which 102 were industrial, as Ambassador mentioned, Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, Ethiopia, 26 agricultural, 10 transport, 97 educational, cultural, medical, sports, 3 residential and communal, 12 scientific. There are no specific statistics about what was the share of Ukraine or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, because I don't think that these statistics simply exist. So if it exists, it's in Moscow, and it's highly confidential even today, especially today maybe. But for all, I would like to inform you, maybe for us Ukrainians, we know that, but many people around the world don't know that in 70s, in 80s, and 60s, Ukraine was the most industrial advanced part of the Soviet Union. I have lots of statistics, but there are many, for example, the share of metal production, 35.7%, steel pipes, 34.1%, excavators, coal cleaning machines, transport equipment, rolling equipment, 24% of large electric machines. Yesterday, one speaker mentioned powerful gas turbine engines from Mykolaiv. Of course, Ukraine had a huge military industrial complex those days, which also exported widely to African countries. I would like to also mention Luhansk diesel locomotive plant, well-known plant, exported locomotives around the world to Netherlands, Poland, Bulgaria, and to Egypt, Syria, Cuba, Guinea. For example, in 1971, 1985, 250 locomotives were manufactured especially for these countries that I mentioned, Egypt, Syria, Cuba, and Guinea. What else? Fertilizers, agricultural equipment, chemical products. And of course, in a sense of logistics, all these products were exported to Africa, to the countries, those days they were called third world countries, from Ukraine and from Ukrainian ports. You could ask me, okay, that's good statistics that you gave us. Do you have any confirmation, any personal information? I have actually information that I could share with you. My grandfather was ambassador to Zambia and Botswana 1970-1976. And I have information from what was done in Zambia during these 6 years. Actually, agricultural equipment for medical faculty for Zambia University, equipment for road construction, and 400 wells to assist people to have an access to clear water. For those who know what's going on in Africa, there are still people in many countries that do not have access to to clean water, which is, so you could imagine how was important this work. And he told me when he was retired and I was a student of the faculty for international relations here in Kyiv, and he told me that more than 60% of embassy staff were from Ukraine, including military personnel. Zambia those days, before 1974, was the main hub for liberation movements in Angola, in Mozambique. And for those who would like to know more, I have lots of information regarding this. Some information also about Ukraine participation in Africa. When I was in our embassy, diplomat in our embassy in Nairobi, Kenya, I talked to a doctor from Ukraine. He told me a story when he was a doctor in hospital in Kisumu, built by Soviet Union and opened in 1969. And he was a doctor there during last years before the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he told me that 80% of the staff, medical staff, were from Ukraine. So I heard a lot of discussions today about propaganda and counter-propaganda. And I have my personal idea, message, I don't know. If you could come back to your countries and tell your compatriots, your friends, then Russia is killing right now children and grandchildren of the people who actually assisted your countries to achieve political and economic independence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This is a very important message, I believe. And of course, very valuable, important information. Thank you for that. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Mridula Ghosh, who herself came to Ukraine several decades ago as a student from India within this educational interaction between Soviet Union and India in particular. Dr. Mridula, what can you tell us maybe more about the role of Ukraine in the India-USSR interaction and cooperation? What was this role, and whether now India knows anything about that, because Ukraine knows not so much?
Thank you very much for having me on this panel. Esteemed guests, I would like to start with the fact that in India, everyone knows about Ukraine. It's something that goes without saying, because after Ukraine attained independence, within a few, I think it was in December, the referendum was held, and in January, there was a full-scale diplomatic relations established. And in no time, in May, the first mission with one of the most top diplomats, Pravat Prakash Shukla, who's retired now, he came here with a little box with his assistant in the hotel to open the embassy. And of course, that was the beginning when we had, and I had a contract with the ministry for almost a year, establishing the embassy here, creating the database and helping my country. I feel honored to share this information with you today. At that point, there was a tremendous interest, and several other professionals joined. Both of them retired this year. One was Taranjit Sandhu, who was the ambassador to the United States, and his wife Rinat Sandhu, who was recently the ambassador to the Netherlands. So they were then third secretaries and second secretaries. So during my short period of contract, they wanted me to join and work, but I preferred to do my research. I did not want to join and become a bureaucrat. During that time, I found that we had a meeting with Volodymyr Horbulin, who wanted to establish his old friends in Hyderabad and in the ISRO. So he's even brought a little model of a tank. The history goes very deep. This tank was a model which Ukraine had prepared. And at that point, he said, it will be very useful for you. Years later, in 1997, India was lukewarm about it. And then finally, they got the contract with Pakistan. So there's a long history of all these different negotiations and other stuff. We had negotiations over the aircraft carrier. Lots of defense delegations were coming. And in fact, it was an uphill working relationship which had nothing to do whatsoever with any Russian influence, any Russian backbiting, nothing of that type. It started much later. Perhaps in this century it started, not in the 90s. In the 90s, it was a lot of other embassies were also established in the Central Asian republics and in the Caucasus. I know in Armenia, for example, we have a very deep relationship with Armenia. India has old relationships. Going back to the Soviet legacy, it started after actually de-Stalinization. During Stalin's time, normally, it was not, and I believe cooperation in general started after decolonization of the world, in fact, in the 60s. After that, Soviet Union became a big provider of aid. And in the Cold War, as you know, aid was used as a model. It brought its management model, it brought its socialist management model and other things. And so we had two different types of systems and two different types of view, ideology, and together, working. India adopted a mixed economy model. And in this model, there was the 5-year plan, which was something that Nehru wanted to have implemented. And one of the very important things is we have very serious technological institutes that's called the IIT. And these IIT, the core group that went to have this IIT set up, at the head of the delegation was somebody from Odessa in the name of Meshcherikov. So, such stories I can go on telling. But cutting the long story short, someday probably we will have a book where we can read about all this. Maybe myself, maybe with my colleagues, we can put it together, and it'll be useful. I think the archives could be a good help for us to get all this information together. But if we take Soviet aid in terms of figures, yes, there is an estimate in the United Nations. I later worked for the United Nations after I finished my research. So, there I had a very different perspective of what the aid was and how everything worked. So at that point, recently I found that, of course, Ukraine was a founder member. That was very important factor for us, being very importantly, working with Ukraine. Us means already the UN. I was a staff member. So the point that in 47-48, during the voting on Kashmir, Ukraine had a vote in the Security Council. Please look into archives, I'm not misinforming you, and Ukraine voted in favor of India. This is very interesting and symbolic to mention today when we talk about Crimea. When we talk about the territorial integrity and all these other things that even our leaders are promising every time they come, visit, or they say anything. On this backdrop, the political relationship is somehow landed on a thaw because of the tank deal with Pakistan, but that was a kind of a rhetoric. Of course, because of the nuclear test that we had, because Ukraine had the Budapest Memorandum, and it did not accept any kind of nuclear proliferation, which they take if any country conducts nuclear tests. So therefore, there was some cold relation until President Kuchma visited in 2002. And then the ball started rolling. However, always there was this problem, how to separate, I wouldn't say dehyphenate, but at least decouple from the Soviet legacy and turn it into something useful, whether to just throw it away or what to do with it. Because everyone you talk to, of the older generation, even the politicians, of course, the leftist parties are a very serious contingent and a very big component in this anti-colonial or, the post-colonial scholars. They would all say that this is something that was like, Soviet Union was like the anti-West, and so it was something positive. They have their own, stereotypes and other things. What I would like to say is that in this debate, perhaps what was lost was the major legacies that will help Ukraine in reinforcing its identity. I drew out at least two factors that will immediately appeal to any Indian, anybody in our subcontinent, not even Indian. It is the language issue, and it is the issue of the famine. The many times in our subcontinent had famine, they were all man-made, human-made famine. And in this context, you know, Holodomor says a lot, because that is something even my grandmother's generation, my parents' generation saw it during the Second World War. The other issue is the language, because, you know, I'm a carrier of Bengali language. I come from the eastern part of India. And of course, you know, the creation of Bangladesh was made possible because of the language issue, because of they were prohibited in speaking Bengali, and that's why there was the language movement which started in 1952. These two issues at least will appeal to everyone. If you say today that Ukrainian language, and that has almost, you know, during the past few decades of my existence, I've been trying to prove that. Through translations, through other things. There is a limited realization, but let me come back to what, you know, the panel believes that, you know, this is an ethical dilemma. No, I would say no, this is not an ethical dilemma. This is an ethical necessity today. I would reformulate it. Why is it an ethical necessity? Because it's a survival of the state of Ukraine. It's the identity of Ukraine that has to be protected. So therefore, we have to draw those useful, important aspects of the Soviet legacy, which was there. Even through, you know, the Soviet authors, Soviet time authors, let's say, or the interpretations of the Ukrainian literature is important, because during the Soviet-Ukraine relationship, there were number of delegations who came here, especially in the area of culture, who have highly evaluated authors like the classics, you know, the Shevchenko, Lesya Ukrainka, and even Tichina. Tichina's writings were very highly appreciated, although we know Tichina was hailed as a Soviet poet, and he was an officer, he was a you know, minister in the Soviet government. What is less exposed is the Rada government during the revolution times. You know, that is something, a very bizarre thing that is not very well exposed. A lot of other discussions are very banal, and I would say there is some kind of, you know, I would risk telling that there is this intellectual handicap. What do I mean by it? I mean that when anything Soviet, we say in India, is by default Russian. It is something that should be very humiliating for any scholar. Similarly, it should be a very big problem for any scholar to describe Russia-India relationship as historical. Why? Because there is no history. It starts from 1991. There was no Russia before. It was the Soviet Union. And today it is repeatedly told by anybody that it is a historical relationship. What do you mean? Did you have equal relationships with Russian Empire? But we had the British Empire at that time. What do the scholars mean by that? You know, I definitely would like to challenge this, that there is no history in this relationship. We are usurping, we are allowing Russia to usurp the Soviet history and throw away whatever Ukrainian, whatever genuinely Ukrainian, which Ukraine can today say that it is ours, and let us start from there. So always, Ukraine-India relations start from 1991. But you read any book, any diplomatic annals, they will say, well, Russia-India relationship starts from 1946. I question it, because this is absolutely, it carries no diplomatic legitimacy, it has no, I mean, it is, honestly, it is intellectual handicapped. I mean, I just cannot talk after this when anyone says this. I would just quickly say two things. One more thing is the academic. This is affecting the academia. This is affecting the training of the young generation who are not growing with the thought that there has been a transition from the Soviet to the Ukrainian. So how healthy we make this transition, what useful things from the Soviet legacy we can take. Like, we will not be able to tell outrightly that the trolleybus line from Simferopol to Yalta was not useful. It was useful, and it was made by the Ukrainians. I mean, maybe Soviet time Ukrainians, but they were the Ukrainian workers who worked. And of course, all these other defense and other collaborations. But I would look into the intellectual, cultural, and social component, because that is very easy to address. For the moment, I'll stop at that. Thank you for the word. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mridula. And actually, it's important to say that recently there was a post in the Facebook of the current Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Mr. Sybiha, and after his trip to Africa, he proclaimed it was as one of the priority actually to decolonize this Soviet heritage, to understand what is the role of Ukrainians, and I think he even brought some of the diploma or some documents related to the study of one of the leaders of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs. If I'm not mistaken, it was Ethiopia, right? Yes, and gave it to him, and that, of course, helped to make these relations more better. Let's put it like that. So now I would like to go to another female speaker of our panel. By the way, have you noticed that we have like a perfect gender balance in this panel? So it is Dzvinka Kachur, and as Dzvinka represents the diaspora, Ukrainian diaspora in African countries, I'm wondering what you could say on that, but maybe also on this ethical side of the problem. Do you feel comfortable when we are surviving this war and you fight a lot in order for African people, in particular in South African republics, know more about the Russian colonial practices and what Ukraine experienced? How do you feel, about talking on Ukrainian engagement in all these Soviet projects? Does it contradict somehow this messaging that you do now? And what's the attitude of Ukrainians in Africa? Do they realize what was the role of Ukrainians in some of these projects that was even mentioned by our great speakers before?
Thank you, and thanks a lot for having me here. When I read the topic for this panel, should Ukraine claim its Soviet heritage, my academic background kicked in, and I thought, okay, so what was the Soviet Union, right? It was 15 republics, so how much of that was Ukraine? Because for Russia, as a colonial power, it's quite easy. They just changed the name of Soviet Union to Russia in UN without any supporting documents, and everybody's fine with that. I understand that Ukraine can't do that because simply we are not empire and we cannot replace 15 republics. In South Africa, at the Freedom Park, there was a Soviet Union anti-apartheid fighters. One day in 2022, Russia simply replaced that plate with Russia, without conversation, without anything. So for us to claim that Soviet heritage, we really need to do work on deconstruction. Secondly, I think there is one thing to do the strategy of how the Soviet Union was working on the African continent, but it can also change because of the implementation. So, for example, if students from South Africa were studying in Ukraine, how different was this experience to them studying in Russia? If this dam in Egypt was built by Ukrainians, how different it was? How much the Ukrainian identity influenced the implementation of the Soviet strategy on working between the Soviet Union and the African continent? And thirdly, I think another very important part of what it meant for African countries. Like if we talk about South Africa, who was silenced? Because Soviet Union was supporting only specific voices and did not support the others. How the freedom fighters movement have changed because of Soviet ideology, and what did it mean for South Africa or many other African countries? So to answer all those questions, we obviously need to do research, we need to do all the data collection, we need to analyze those data, and then have an honest conversation. At the time of war, we can't afford that. And then the activist kicks in me, and our practice. Practice is that in September this year, in South Africa, political representatives of 3 different parties have attacked Ukrainian community living in South Africa, saying that you are imperialists. because Russia stood with us, Russia supported us, we have to stand with Russia, and Ukraine are part of imperialist thinking. As a Ukrainian, you're obviously shocked, so you are immediately kicked into educating of what Ukrainian history was. And history is that between 1963 and 1965, 365 activists studied in Odessa, not anywhere else, at the territory of Ukraine. In 1962, Oliver Tambo, one of the African National Congress leaders, wrote a thank you letter to the head of Ukraine Soviet Republic because Ukraine has supported South Africa and voted in support of the resolution against anti-apartheid. In 1985, Ukraine was a driver behind implementing sanctions against South Africa. This building where we are today is named after Hennady Udovenko, and he was deputy chair of the anti-apartheid committee between 1985 and 1992, when Ukraine was already independent. Hennady Udovenko, second minister of foreign affairs of Ukraine, was on a deputy chair of anti-apartheid committee. He was supporting multiple resolutions and was well known by the activists in South Africa. So I'm happy to say that during Ukrainian Minister Sybiha's visit last month, the plate to Hennady Udovenko was open at the Freedom Park in Pretoria, and now there is a new line that says Ukraine. We will work on moving some of the Ukrainians from the Russian section, which used to be Soviet Union, into Ukrainian section. So we really are claiming that heritage because it is used as an attack against Ukraine. Yes, maybe we condemned Soviet Union, an oppressive system of Soviet Union that worked on a Ukrainian territory, but we cannot afford to be silent when Russia is using this narrative as an to attack Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Zvinka, for this important notes. And it's great to know that this already been done. So that's not something that's, or that it's something that Ukrainian diaspora is already working on. That's great. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Harang, who probably within the previous 2 years traveled the most of all Ukrainians, at least Ukrainian scholars, within the countries of the Global South, and talked a lot to intellectuals, probably to decision makers, to journalists. And Professor, what's your take on that matter? Do you think that those countries would like to know more about the role of Ukrainians in all that Soviet projects, or do we have to raise this issue at all? Can it be helpful in our dialogue with the Global South?
The short answer is yes, we should.
Can you grab the mic, please?
The short answer is yes, we should. I was hesitating what language to speak because there's a lot of delicate issues. So maybe I will switch to Ukrainian. For to ensure that translation would be good, correct. My Ukrainian is better than my English. Fortunately or unfortunately. Okay.
So I said the short answer would be yes. Was it Russian that I started? Let me explain why it happened. Because there is explanation, in fact. So the short answer would be yes. We have to understand that Soviet legacy is legacy of the Russian Empire, of course. But at the same time, in that heritage, there are some things which were made by Ukrainians. And despite the fact that the Russian Union, the Soviet Union was an empire, dictatorship, a bloodshedding dictatorship, nevertheless, there were poets and writers who were glorifying Lenin and Stalin, and most of them died at that zero level, but some of them were wonderful in their lyrics. They were translating Western pieces into Ukrainian, and there are multiple examples to that. Also, we can recall an example which might be interesting to our friends, some friends from the so-called third world countries, such as national communism phenomenon, which in Ukraine was up until the 20s. So these were people who believed in communism, but at the same time seeing the future of Ukraine as an independent communist republic. And they made a major contribution in Ukrainianization, particularly in the Russian-speaking municipalities in Ukraine, such as Odessa, Donetsk, and others. And this contribution indeed is tremendously important. All of them were repressed by Stalin in 1930s. So this was the dead end for the civilizational curve. But speaking of my case, I have to confess that, first of all, I have always been Russian-speaking up until some time. I have always been stupid enough to believe in communism and also to believe that Russians are our brothers, Ukrainian nationalists being our enemies, and the rest of the Soviet ideology. I described that in my memoirs, starting with Brezhnev and coming to Zelensky. But then I experienced a collapse of my values when I learned some true facts about what happened and how. And thus, I do believe that this experience of the Soviet Ukraine and the collapse of communist-style thinking and all of the repressions that we survived as Ukrainians, they also were developing in the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, because indeed, Soviet Union committed multiple crimes in those countries. Do you remember Afghanistan? Killing millions of Afghanis. Marxist dictatorship, like in Ethiopia, collectivizations using Soviet-style templates, resulting in forceful starvation, and also other subjects which are sensitive and delicate enough, and they should be approached respectively, because some of the countries still sustain the positive image of the Soviet Union, who believe that Soviet Union was helping them to survive. And thus, we have to do a lot to deconstruct this Soviet-style care and support, because we still have it as one of the items in the African National Congress that Russia has always been our supporter, and definitely we cannot condemn it at this moment. And there are other examples again that Madam Mridova has indicated in regard to India. And definitely we should not leave it unattended. And we have to demonstrate that Ukraine, both as part of the Soviet Union, was also making its contribution, and the Soviet Union does not equal to Russia. And also, as Dvinka mentioned, we should be mindful that Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, USSR, was one of the founding countries of the United Nations Organization, and in fact, Ukrainian diplomats were very active in decolonization processes. Yes, these were Soviet diplomats, and the school of Soviet diplomacy was kind of a trick, whatever the Ukrainian is for the trick. It's not the magician's trick. It was a performance trick of Soviet propaganda, but yet Ukraine had a role to play in making those tricks as well. Also, we could recall Sukarno, the first president of Indonesia back in 1946. He appealed to the residents of Indonesian city of Jakarta to come into the streets and manifest their gratitude to Ukrainian Soviet Republic, because it was USSR who initiated discussions on independence of Indonesia. So again, this is also part of our legacy. On the one hand, we have to demonstrate that the Soviet Union was an empire, colonial style, while on the other hand, yes indeed, this is just happened to be that this empire was helping some of the countries, and substantial part, if not the leading part of that assistance delivery is accredited to Ukraine. But looking into that legacy of that future, it does look attractive when we are describing that together with other countries of the Eastern Europe who also share similar experience, such as Poland, Lithuania. They also will be telling the same story, not just Ukraine, but all other countries who've been either part of the Russian Empire or under the reign of communism. Thank you, Professor, on that.
The questions you would like to ask, but in the meantime, I would like also to ask some additional questions. First of all, Ambassador Mikitenko, back to you. My question would be about whether you think that all these findings that you were talking about, like about Ukrainian role in all those projects, can be useful now in the diplomatic work that your current colleagues are doing. And now we have, for instance, now we have more embassies, Ukrainian embassies in Africa, whether it should be the point of their narratives that they're trying to communicate to the countries they posted in order to gain more sympathy towards Ukraine and make Ukraine more recognizable and to distinguish Ukraine from Russia. Do you think that's a good point for the communication in general?
Дякую.
Thank you so much. And I do believe that we should first understand what the history is teaching us. History is a very heavy subject because there are so many curves, sometimes U-turns in historical process, dashing back and forth in relationship with different countries. Let me also refer to an example of the ancient Saudi Arabian kingdom, Najd, and SSSR. Diplomatic relationships were instituted, if I remember it right, in 1932, following Stalin's initiative. Because back in those days, the SSSR was one of the countries who were first to recognize the Najd kingdom as part of Saudi Arabia region. Moreover, Russia, namely Russian Federation, opened the embassy back in those days. Later on, the history continued to evolve. The World War II, and then in the field of diplomatic cooperation, the Americans came on board, British came on board as well. And also this diversified relationship of the Saudi Arabia, which is one of the giants, the lion in the Arab world, or the so-called third world countries. And the initiative was snatched by the Western countries. And then the new twist, when for quite a long time, diplomatic relationship between Saudi Arabia and the Soviet Union were frozen.
І лише в
And only in 1992, I think, I might be wrong, a year or two, Saudi Arabia and Russia reinstated its diplomatic relationship. In this context, what's interesting that Ukraine has established a diplomatic relationship with Saudi Arabia, I think in 1995. And in 1996, Ukraine opened its embassy there. So, among former Soviet republics, after Russia, Ukraine was the second that opened its embassy in Riyadh. By the way, because I was the first ambassador there, we were second, and Kazakhstan came like 5 months after us. Kazakhstan became the third former Soviet country that opened an embassy in Riyadh. So we helped them in this. So why am I remembering Saudi Arabia? Because it's the future of the Arabic world. And I have a sincere opinion that the strongest country which has the best perspectives in its development among the Arabic countries, it's Iraq. It used to be, and it is. Iraq is the only country that has huge oil reserves. We shouldn't forget that. Huge gas deposits in north and south. And it's the country where they remember the Ukrainians. I came to Iraq, especially in the south of Ukraine, in Basra. There were hundreds of Ukrainian engineers working, helping the Iraqis to extract oil. Unfortunately, no, the history is such a thing that, well, Saddam Hussein, essentially with his policy, he destroyed the strongest, the most developed country of the Arab world. Why? Because Iraq was the only country which had everything. Not just oil and gas. They had a lot of good fertile soil and a lot, that's very important, a lot of water in Tigris and Euphrates. This is the country which had the best perspective. But once again, these twists of history are such that Iraq is now not in the leading position. So I'm proud of being the first ambassador of Ukraine to Saudi Arabia. And when I came to Riyadh, our turnover in trade was about $24–25 million a year. So that's just peanuts. I left Riyadh in 2000, and the turnover was about $100 million a year. Before the war, we've set a record. Our turnover with Saudi Arabia was $900 million a year before the war. So an important partner. And if you know, the Saudis, like 3 months ago, they bought 13% of our largest producer of chicken, of poultry, the so-called MHP. 13% are now owned by the Saudis. And with our help, they now breed chicken for their consumption and for exporting it to other countries. So if we didn't have war, we would have even stronger relationship. Another thing, I'm sure Ambassador Terenko would agree with me, it's very important to take part in expos, to showcase countries, so that the countries would know each other better, would look at people, would talk with each other, and so on and so on. I remember 1997, a year after the embassy was open, We have conducted the first solo expo in the city of Taman, in the east of Saudi Arabia, where they extract oil and gas. And can you imagine, in that city, Dammam, our huge Mriya plane was landing. Back then, Mriya, in one flight, brought everything and all the participants of that solo exhibition of Ukraine. From all other neighboring countries, from Iran, from Kuwait, from the UAE, there were coming thousands of people to just attend our exhibition and to look at the Mriya plane. And it was supposed to depart in a week. I remember it was supposed to be at 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. And around the airfield, there were thousands of locals and other people who came, other Arabs from Kuwait, from other countries. They all had their cameras, their VCRs, filming this marvelous plane. That was a great showcase. So with God's help, after peace, well, I'm not even saying victory, knock on wood, after peace we must start everything from scratch. We must rebuild Ukraine and then showcase it. Yeah, Mr. Ternenko, Ambassador Ternenko, will help us or follow him. He is our future. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have invited Mr. Ambassador, but he thought that you would be a very dignified speaker, so he politely gave his seat to you. And after the two previous speakers, I feel the need to speak in Ukrainian. I will continue in Ukrainian, and I will ask an additional question to Mr. Oleg. Whether you think, looking at your experience in diplomacy, whether you think that this topic of Ukrainian legacy in Soviet activities in Global South countries can be helpful to modern diplomats, can be a point to use, can be a driving force for our work in African countries, amongst others?
I do think so. And first of all, we were not an empire in our history. We don't have any experience in conquering other people. That's why we could talk without any. We could freely, openly talk to the people. We have many things in common. For example, as some speakers mentioned, we are fighting for our identity, to preserve our national heritage. It's, as far as I understand, and I talk to people in Tanzania, Kenya, it was also a part of anti-colonial movement. And even today, it could resonate with them. The other reason is we didn't mention here in this panel, this discussion, the training of students and specialists from the countries of from Africa, Asia, Latin America. I was a student and a few of us so-called Soviet students, but 80% of students were from Africa, Middle East, Latin America, Asia. I have maybe just very short quotation, but it's important because it's document. There's a subject of the address of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine to General Assembly in 1969. Ukrainian SSR, being a co-author of the relevant resolution of the United Nations General Assembly, in practice confirmed its desire to provide the necessary assistance to the countries of the third world. Currently, citizens from these countries study in 60s universities and technical school of the Republic. This quotation. In the city of Zaporizhia, there were permanent UN courses for training of metallurgical specialists. Over the past 8 years, more than 10,000, I should emphasize, 10,000 specialists from developing countries have been trained or upgraded their qualifications in Ukraine. By any standards, by any means, it's a huge numbers. We have to collect all this information. We have to put this information in modern ways and maybe distribute this information in countries of global south. I don't like it. I think we have to say about big south. The south is really big. So I would like to introduce this terminology as a big south. And we want the substantial part of this big south to be on our side, to be on the side of good against evil. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And do we have any questions? So we have some questions. Let's take several questions. And let's give the priority to our international guests. Please, Swasti Rao, please bring the mic.
That's so sweet. Thank you. So, of course, I have a question. You know, why, as I was listening to what Professor Ghosh was saying, and of course, she's hit the nail on the head, which is that we actually start wrong. You know, we are always saying that the India-Russia relationship goes back a long way, when fact is that it's the Soviet-India relationship and all that. But what I want to draw a parallel with, you know, Dr. Ghosh, is what she was saying about South Africa. If you see that it's about finding a commonality of experience, right? I mean, why is it that India also feels a special place for South Africa because of what Mahatma Gandhi and his experience out there has been, etc. In your opinion, how do you think we can make a beginning? I mean, I completely understand the problem and the juncture of the problem, but then how do we make a beginning? You know, there is a stiff resistance in many ways. If I can use that term, that academic laziness, or I don't think it's academic laziness, I think it's academic resistance. So how, in your opinion, can we sort of have a similar kind of an experience where we can share, we can go back and trace a shared history, like we have done, you know, very successfully with countries like South Africa and all that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question. I would say that there is no universal recipe for these things, but academically, it is up to the particular academics who are, for whatever reasons, career prospects, position, trips, anything, more banal substances, right? Let's agree that they try to kowtow the Russian line, willingly or unwillingly. But I would say, going deep into it, when you have your student writing a PhD thesis and always repeating the Russian narratives in them, you know, that is where I think the Indian academic elite should protest. There is an academic honesty. There is a reason why we cannot compromise with half-truth and distorted truth. So there is something that we should not allow ourselves to be swayed by any propaganda. We don't do it in the case of the United States. We don't do it in the case of the United Kingdom. So why we should do it in the case of Russia, which is trying to usurp the Soviet Union? So this is the problem, a very serious problem, which is for years, for decades, perpetuated by the academic elite, especially people who trained students of international relations. And then they enter the foreign ministry. And then it goes all over, you know. So this is a very sad story. Unfortunately, this is something that the policymakers need to think very seriously, because we look honestly, I would tell you honestly, sometimes Indian speakers from the academic elite, they look so funny when they speak in the public. They look really ridiculous when they repeat the Russian narrative. I mean, I'm afraid that this is a conference which I should not be, you know, diminishing it into these banal statements, but honestly, will that person be able to do the same thing if, you know, going to Oxford or other places, you know? So I would like also the politicians have a role to play, the politicians who are intellectual politicians, like we have Shashi Tharoor, we have other people, they realize it very much. And of course, the leftists need to think it different, because in India, leftists are a very powerful force. So they need to think, where does this spirit of anti-colonialism lie? Why is Russian imperialism and colonialism better? In what way? In what way are we supporting it? Is it not a question pertinent to be posed today? So, you know, it is all on you, all on your generation, and further on, that there should be a very serious debate. Unfortunately, these debates are not so much encouraged in India. We know it, unfortunately. It needs time, it needs to go against the tide. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from other speakers?
Так, певна річ, маємо ми ще запитання. Так, просимо Джулія. Перепрошую, так, Єгоре, почнемо з вас. Так, Єгор Булян, радий вітати. Я є український історик та журналіст. Наразі досліджую Британську імперію, в тому числі новоколоніалістичний, постколоніалістичний період в Карибському регіоні. Але з іншого боку, друге моє проявлення – це журналізм, тож я пишу про російську пропаганду, інформаційну безпеку. І коли мова, власне, заходить про радянський спадок в азіатському, південно- чи північноамериканському навіть регіоні, то значна частина того є пропагандою або проантипропагандою. Але коли мова йде за Україну, то це завжди була антизахідна пропаганда, особливо в таких публікаціях, як магазин «Перець». Але питання моє полягає в наступному. Чи ми
explaining how Soviet propaganda was working in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Because actually, one of the biggest information manipulations which was done by KGB in the 80s, they did this manipulation that AIDS was created in the US biolabs, and it was done via one KGB-controlled Indian newspaper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, that was a comment, right? If any of the panelists would like to comment,
Shall we take one more question? There was one more.
Okay. No, we will take it. Sure. Okay, Julia, please. Позаду.
Thank you so much. My name is Yulia Chikolba. I'm from Center for Information Resilience. I have a question that relates to the darker part of our Soviet inheritance. I spent some time working in Middle East and Central Asia, in particular in Afghanistan. When I was saying that I'm Ukrainian, I was accepted by local population because they hate Russia, especially in some areas like Panjshir Valley. The sentiment against Russians is massive. And Ukraine managed to utilize this, like, Ukraine is not Russia, we are not Soviets, because like in Mazar-e-Sharif you had Russian candies selling and people were accepting. But my question is also in Iraq, for example. Ambassador mentioned, but there are a lot of people who have a massive nostalgia for Saddam Hussein in Iraq now. And they like Soviet Union, and they inherently like Russia as a representative of Soviet Union. And there are people against that. So my question is, how should we communicate the complexity of our imperial inheritance? Because I don't want to remove responsibility from us as Ukrainians for invasion of Afghanistan, for example. So how should we communicate this complexity to different countries, and how should we communicate this complexity to different audiences within the certain countries? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question. Professor Zinka, you would like to start, and then we'll move to Professor also and other speakers.
Thanks a lot. I think, thank you for all three questions. They're extremely important. I think decolonizing the history of Ukraine and understanding of Ukraine is extremely important, because we understand that, first of all, it's not given that academics around the world do know our history. And yes, maybe it's not fair to put responsibility on Ukrainians, but we do want to take that responsibility and to share as much information, knowledge, research with academics around the world on what Ukrainian history is. I also would like to ask anyone who is linked to academia, whether in Ukraine or around the world, to help us promote this topic as a research, because we do need to find more data, establish more information about the situation. With regards to promoting propaganda and whether Ukraine can communicate how the Soviet propaganda worked, I think definitely Soviet Union was a great example of that. And if we take, for example, South Africa, it was not just the Soviet Union propaganda machine, but that machine was fighting against apartheid propaganda machine. And their interaction and narratives, I think, are strongly felt even today, because some of the narratives that are part of current disinformation campaigns were designed during Soviet Union or by apartheid forces. Like we have this famous white monopoly capital was designed by the Soviet Union, or the example that you've mentioned, that Soviet Union designed these campaigns that HIV is not really a disease, it is made by Western forces. In South Africa, Thabo Mbeki resisted implementing retrovirus therapy for almost a decade, resulting in millions of South Africans suffering. So this story is still unknown, but it doesn't mean that British company that was doing PR in South Africa didn't use white monopoly capital against South Africa itself. The famous Bell Pottinger company also used the same term. So I think the field of this information is extremely complex. And yes, we can share case studies. South African can share case studies. We can learn from each other and definitely benefit from this. And on the topic of complexity, I think this is something that we all puzzling, because I don't think this work has been done. It does take a lot of reflection on what the Soviet Union was. And my personal answer, I start with, like, Soviet Union was an oppressive system, systemic oppression of people, especially those who were colonies like Ukraine, but also people during the whole Soviet Union and in other countries. But it doesn't mean that there was nothing good done. So we just try to establish as many facts as we can, so that afterwards we can reflect on them.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, Professor, and then Ambassador, please.
Regarding the question of responsibility of Ukrainians in some historic issues, well, look, we shouldn't idealize our history. So yes, in our history of Ukrainians, Yes, there were moments which we need to take responsibility for. I mean, medieval history of Ukraine, and for example, the pogroms which were in medieval ages conducted by Cossacks. Cossacks are a hero, but nevertheless, they also conducted some very tragic things. So anti-Jewish pogroms that were in 17th and 18th century. Yes, this is the truth. It happened. They should be put in historic context, but nevertheless we are responsible for that. The tragic Polish-Ukrainian war during World War II in Western Ukraine, where Poles were killing Ukrainians, Ukrainians were killing Poles, including civilians, and famous Polish dissident Adam Michnik, he said that both sides should say mea culpa, my guilty. So yes, we need to take responsibility for that. But if we are talking, look, Ukraine didn't have a state for most of its history. So it was part of other empires. And if we are taking the issue of Afghanistan, well, I think there were Ukrainians who were part of Soviet repressive force in Afghanistan, who should also take responsibility. Yeah, that's right. I cannot exclude it. But if we try to generalize, so I think we need to understand that Ukrainians were a conquered nation at that time, and Ukrainians were forced to serve in the Soviet army. And so I'm not sure that all Ukrainians should take responsibility for that. This is a part, you know, of the communist regime which existed in the Soviet Union in general. So there are different issues and different nuances. But no nation is ideal.
Thank you. Thank you. Ambassador, please.
Yeah, дякую.
Yes, thank you so much. I'd like to suggest a small reflection regarding Saddam Hussein. Indeed, we should study history extensively and thoroughly. Indeed, this was a very strong, even heroic person, individual who gradually grew into an authoritarian leader of an autocratic country, one of the richest countries in the region. And I do know that many people loved Hussein because back then propaganda in Iraq was extremely strong. I do remember, I know that because I worked in the Russian embassy, in the Soviet embassy in Baghdad since 1986 through 1990, 4 years totally. But I did know some people, the Kurds living in the northern part of Iraq, who hated Saddam, who were perpetrated by Saddam. He used the poisonous gases against them. But other people would be worshipping him. They thought that he was leader and father of the nation and leader of the entire Arabic world. But Saddam committed two fatal mistakes. First of all, when he started the war, it was him who started the war with Iran. It was August 1980, when Iran was weak and having involved Iraq into 8 years of war, which resulted in basically a draw. But all of the servicemen came back home and they wanted to have something on top of just coming back home. And then in August 1990, Saddam committed the second fatal mistake when he sent his army to the neighboring Kuwait. And when he called this Kuwait province of Iraq number 19, doesn't that remind us of something? Because, again, Saddam passed away, and God be with him, but history has many facets to it, and sometimes it repeats itself. It does evolve, but it evolves in cycles. But that means that our cycle of a better future will come to us. And also, I promise to share the floor with Madam Ridula and then you, Oleg. I would rather focus our attention on the historical aspects and affairs in a more general manner, applying more studies, because some of the pages in Ukrainian history can be interpreted in different ways, sometimes in controversial ways, including that in India, such as Bandera, such as Ukrainian nationalism. And the approaches to that interpretation, particularly the denazification processes, these are kind of ambiguous. In our history, we had Subhash Chandra Bose also as a controversial figure because he was fighting against British colonialism, being the national hero, and his airport in Kolkata has its name. And he, on the 23rd of January, which is his birthday, we celebrate the national holiday. So, because again, he's a national hero, and despite the ideas of Indira Gandhi that he was objecting to, he's still one of the national heroes. Not quite like Stepan Bandera in Ukraine, but there is something similar. In any case, what I'm driving towards, we should think of some historical parallels, similarities, which will help us better understand some phenomena. And then maybe the subtle force that we are discussing as part of our public diplomacy could be reinforced. And that is something that we can borrow from the Soviet legacy. Yes, we have to remember about the torture, which was part of that history, but also there were elements which were making Ukrainian diplomacy stronger. And there should be soft power, subtle power behind it, which would be empowering us, clearly understanding what should be relied on and what should not be touched. Thank you so much.
A book about history of this region of Central and Eastern Europe called his book Bloodlands. So the issue of history is very much complicated here, and I think that in communicating with our friends and partners in Big South, we have to concentrate on positive messages, positive example of Ukrainians' participation in development project, especially in the sphere of science, agriculture, medical science. Training that Ukraine provided to foreign specialists, foreign students. I personally met many of them, and even right now, those who studied in Ukraine, in Kyiv, in Kharkiv, they have special feelings towards Ukraine, towards Ukrainian people. So let's maybe concentrate, maybe not concentrate, prioritize these issues in our communications. Thank you.
Thank you. So I feel like we touched upon lots of issues in this discussion, like broad set of issues, and I feel like also pretty much every single discussion at this conference, it boiled down to the problem of Russian propaganda and Russian narratives that are really strong, and it's something that we have to prioritize, which is not a secret and it's not something new. Also, I probably would like to call on, because we have here some journalists from African countries and from other countries as well, and I think that to research more this issue of Ukrainian role in all those projects would be extremely interesting also for your audiences, but also for Ukraine, and I would like to encourage you, but it's also our work that we have to do. And just to sum up what we were discussing, the infrastructural projects, the diplomatic, the role of Ukrainian diplomats and diplomatic missions, the educational sphere, the support for the liberation movements, the military sphere. So all those spheres Ukrainians were there, and we definitely need to know more about that, and that would help us to bring Ukrainian issue and cause closer to the minds and hearts of people of those nations. I would like to thank to our brilliant speakers for their insightful speeches and presentations, and I learned a lot from what you were saying, and hopefully you too, so please give a round of applause to them. And yes, and also I would like to thank to the audience for questions and for your courage. And I would like, sorry, but I have to tell this because we have several absolutely heroic participants that were staying with us from 9 a.m. in the morning. Ambassador Tronenko and Ambassador of Romania to Ukraine. Thank you so much. I hope that that was interesting to you, but we really appreciate that you were with us throughout all this time. And now, just to finish our conference, we are going to finish with the closing remarks, with the ceremony. Maybe we should not call it a ceremony, but maybe with closing remarks of several important people for this conference. And I would like to start maybe with Tamila Tasheva, permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in Crimea. Then Ambassador Tronenko will deliver a speech, and last but not least, Tatiana Pachonchik, the head of Zmina Human Rights Center. And I would like again to thank to our panelists. Ms. Tamila, the floor is yours, please.
А мікрофон працює? Трибуну, так. Якщо не буде працювати, то але він не працює. Колеги,
Colleagues, first and foremost, I would like to say thanks to everyone who came to Ukraine, who supports us in these difficult days. Of course, we've been living through 10 years of war and almost 3 years of the full-scale invasion, but every day in Ukraine there are some events when civilian infrastructure is destroyed, there are casualties. This week only we've seen the destruction and the casualties among the civilian population. And our guests who came to us this week, they are with us and they live through these complicated times. I would like to say thanks to everyone present here, because despite all the messages we've seen on social media, you are here. We've had, I think, a great day here, a day of very comprehensive information. I personally learned a lot of ideas for our subsequent work, and I truly appreciate the input of every panelist and every person who asked questions, who expressed comments, also at lunch breaks and coffee breaks. And I would like to say thanks to everyone who organized that. I actually said, Maria, that I don't want to say the final remark. I would like to invite all the organizers to the stage, everyone who were engaged in the organization of this event. These are NGOs jointly with whom we managed to organize this, and a huge team of our volunteer assistants. They're students from different universities who joined the team of organizers, and many of you were last year in the first conference, and this is your second year of the conference. And I appreciate the Diplomatic Academy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who were our partners in the organization of this event. So we finish the conference today, but the colleagues will continue tomorrow. There are additional side events planned in Kyiv, and I hope that your visit to Ukraine is certainly not the last. I'm sure that this week we've managed to establish some very effective and heartfelt cooperation, because as many people said during these panel discussions in these 2 days, it's very important when a person just talks to a person. I think this is one of the key things, key takeaway. We've met, we think on how we can further cooperate, which projects we can implement. And despite the fact that my main mandate is working with Crimea, and I'll keep saying that Crimea is Ukraine. We are fighting not just for our territory, but for our people. I would like to say thanks for the support to Ukraine, and this event was not just about Crimea, even though the name of this event it bears the name of this beautiful region of Crimea. But we spoke about Ukraine overall and about your beautiful states which you represent. We talked about global problems which are important for both us and you, and it's only in this cooperation and communication we can do more for stable and sustainable and truly just peace for Ukraine and for all of the countries. And I truly appreciate this day. I thank you for all the support that we have from you.
Gentlemen, I was surprised by one of organizers and moderator of last panel, Miss Maria Tomak. She asked me, but it's a privilege to me to say some words, although mostly on Friday evening at 6 p.m. But what I would like to say, look, as Miss Tamila asked you, to the name of this conference. It's about Crimea. You all help us to understand us better through dialogue with you. We hope that the sympathy, your solidarity, your empathy during this day, and not only, and for the future, will help us, to our men and women there in the front, to fight better, to fight harder, to continue to fight for our Ukrainian, Crimea Tatar, and other indigenous people and minorities of this country, for our independence and our sovereignty and territorial integrity. Please, when you will bring your messages to your countries, don't forget about our emotions, about our words, and we will continue to fight for Ukraine, and Crimea was, is, and will be part of Ukraine. We, as our President Volodymyr Zelensky is saying continuously in his interview and his messages, we are not trading our territory, our integrity, territorial integrity, as you are ready to trade your territorial integrity, your freedom and independence. Please remember of that. And I would like to thank all of organizers, Ms. Maria Tomak, Crimea Platform, Ms. Tamila Tasheva, Office Mission of the President of Ukraine to Crimea, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Media Institute, Ukrainian Institute, PEN Ukraine, and Diplomatic Zmina, of course, and Diplomatic Academy of Ukraine to provide us with this dialogue, and I hope you enjoy it as I enjoyed personally. And let's again to thank our men and women who are fighting for us and who provide for us this week and these days of this dialogue. We shall overcome, we will win. Thank you for your solidarity with us. And as African people was saying, I worked after university in the People's Republic of Mozambique, a luta continua. The fight is going on. We will win. Our victory is certain. Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you very much.
An honor to have the final thanks on behalf of our civil society part organizing this conference. And we worked very hard to make it happen. And actually, when we conducted the Crimea Global Conference last year in 2023, that was a big challenge for us. At the beginning, we didn't think it will become annual, and I hope still it be repeated in the next years. We think it's a very good format for exchange of ideas and for bringing our colleagues, intellectuals, civil society leaders, prominent journalists from different countries across the globe to get more about Ukraine. I think that was not an easy task, especially these days in Kyiv, across Ukraine. There were a lot of threats, but also these days were a remarkable page of the Ukrainian history, because yesterday and today, like, we have these two revolutions: Orange Revolution in 2004, which began on 22nd of November, and Euromaidan in 2013, which began on 21st of November. And these were 2 days of our conference. That was a conference about fearless and bravery of many people who were not afraid to come here to Ukraine despite all the threats. And that is also about the passion to know Ukraine and to discover the country, to discover its people, and to exchange the ideas. These 2 days in Kyiv, we had a very rich program. We arranged and participated in 6 panel discussions, 6 side events and parallel events, evening events in addition. So in total, it's 12. And also, we've introduced in the corridors and halls of this beautiful diplomatic academy 6 photo exhibitions, and this was also an important experience to bring and share. And also one more, our volunteers who worked with the initiative Letters to Free Crimea, where everyone could write a letter to the political prisoners, and these letters we will try also to send to them. Besides these 2 days of the conference, there was also some regional experience for our guests from Africa, South America, Asia, and they traveled to Odessa Odessa, to Chernihiv region, to Kyiv region, and we hope that this also enriched the experience you received here. So I would like also to say thanks to those who were not mentioned. These were our interpreters, these were technical staffs who worked hard to make this conference happen, and also to our volunteers, to these beautiful people that were together with us throughout all the conference. And my dream is that this conference will be repeated again next year. Let Crimea Global happen. Thank you.